Well, hello. Are you guys enjoying this shuttle? The splash screen is not operable right now, so I just, enjoy this shuttle. Are you enjoying it? Look at how fast it's going. It's going quite fast. Yeah, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Well, that's pretty neat. What's going on, everybody? Part 16, we're gonna make some frame rails today, but I still have to finish setting up the camera. Sorry, I was in meetings all morning. It's weird. I was weird saying that. Anyway, this guy spaces. This is the one doing all the spacing. Alright, so how's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? I'm basically just gonna go right out to the shop and we can kinda warm up, wait for everybody to kind of fill in here. Well, I'm setting up the second camera. Because now we have 3 cameras, which is good. And when I fix the CX405, we'll have 4. 4 cameras, 4 tripods. 0 cameras, 0 tripods. Anyway, so I'm going to head out to the shop. Them rails is framed, I tell you. Cryptech 67-month resub. Thanks, man. Mousewolf sick in bed with stress. Watch me build a wire harness for the new camera. It'll be great. It'll be great. Go out to the shop. Look at it. It's all shoppy. I have one of them ready to go. The Vivitech wire harness is ready to go. We got to make the wire harness for the new camera, the ZV-F1. It's light, handy, adjustable, good for riders and lefties. Word on shutter speed. Titanium bursted 3 to 3000 shutter. With a new replay, another Zorg invention, it's even easier. Shoot the shot and replay sends all the following shots to the same location. Bradley A, 57-month resub. I'm sitting near the greatest tripod of all time. Nice. Nice. Too bad it's not being used, but, that's good. They're welding OLM2 to the trench walls. So you're trying to tell me that work is continuing on the OLM? Oh, if they're welding it, well, that pretty much seals the deal on any... Pretty much seals the deal on any, Yeah, drummer, I knocked over the Eclipse camera and broke it. I broke the HDMI port. The HDMI port needs to be resoldered back on. But, yeah. The Eclipse camera is still operable. It's just the HDMI out port is broken. We need to resolder it back to the camera's motherboard. I don't know how to do that. I know how to solder, but, yeah, we could probably repair it. Probably. So, yeah. In the meantime, I have another camera. It's not as good as the Handycam, dude, but it'll work. You need a microscope, flux, syringe, solder, and patience. Question is if it's worth it. They don't make that camera anymore. No one makes a video camera with 60 times zoom. Nobody. And if you do want that, you're paying good money for it, dude. There's no entry-level video cameras, dude. Like I could probably find one on Amazon, but the ones on Amazon are expensive. The pinch pin on the HDMI port is microscopic. It's probably not going to be easy. It's really not. I mean, worst case scenario, I just find another CX405 motherboard. Those can't be too expensive. Is that port even on the main board? Yes, it is. All right, let me take a look. What does this look like? That's the micro HDMI, and there's the SD card reader. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not soldering that. That's beyond my capability. I have a soldering gun, but if that's HDMI, Yeah, we should just find another motherboard for it. Yeah. Clearly you can find them. Micro HDMI is probably the worst port ever made. How many connections does that damn thing have? Let me take another look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can't be that easy. It can't be that easy. It's not 5 connections. It's absolutely not 5 connections. And if, yeah, if you touch any one of those together, that's it. It'll short. There are more underneath. Yeah, I was going to say, HDMI has a lot of different things. Buying a motherboard replacement seems to be like the right move. But dude, Sony doesn't make this anymore. They don't make HDR-CX 405s. They don't make them. But that camera is so damn useful, and it's been very loyal to me until I disrespected it. So we're going to need a new one. There's no way I can solder that with the equipment that I have here, dude. That's beyond my, even if I did get the right tools, that's beyond my technical expertise. Yeah, see, the main board is down there. That's the stupidest space to put that, dude. It's the stupidest spot ever. Like, that's just so dumb. But here, let me just pop on eBay here. How much do these Mobos go for? Huh, $80. Yeah, that's not bad at all, dude. Yeah, the board is double-sided. Yeah, you guys are right. It's double-sided. Yeah, it has micro USB on one side and then micro HDMI on the other. That's the HDMI connect. Yeah, I can't do that. I absolutely cannot make that happen. There's a full camera on eBay listed from Japan for 134 bucks. Does eBay have working used cameras? Yeah. Yeah, they go for about 200. This new camera we got though should be really nice. I can look into buying another one, guys, but I kind of want to replace it. Just want to replace the one that I have. Because if I buy like we buy a motherboard and the Handycam, and we buy another, we buy 2 of them, I'll have a spare. But yeah, I did end up spending a good amount of money on the new camera. This EVF1 is a good close-up camera. It's a portrait camera, so like it's designed for vlogging, so it's designed for people close. So it should be able to give us a tight shot. And that Crapatech, or Vivitech, excuse me, should be able to give us a wide shot. Yeah. So we'll let's go out to the shop. Let's get going. It's highly scammy when buying technology. Okay. Noted. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. Hello. How we doing?
I just got to pop out the YouTube chat. Give me uno momento. 5x5 clap is good. Yeah, that camera's CX405s are really nice cameras, dude. They're really nice, actually. Yeah. 5x5 on the YouTube chat. All right, I have you guys popped out over there. Put that right there, put that right there. Okay, zero audio hum too. Yeah, the base station is plugged into one of my big batteries. So, all right, we got to get the other camera up and running, dudes. I have the harness made for the Vivitech, but if you notice, I have a bunch of wires from Micro Center right here that we need to use to hook up the ZF-1. Well, the ZF-1. It's light, handy, adjustable. Good for riders and lefties. So yeah, we got to get it into USB power and a bunch of other things. So let's go. Let's go. I'm just picking up some of the mess that we made yesterday. I've been trying to clean the shop at least during break, at least a little bit. All right. So what we're going to do today after I get the camera set up is we're going to start making templates to try and repair that right frame rail as best as we can. As best as we can. Yeah. Asbestos, we can. Yes, that was a slogan in the 1950s. All right, so let's go to the front cam. All right, so that camera's working. Hi everyone, Elon Ma. Let's see if we can get the other ones working. So the Vivitech should be able to turn that on, or the Vivitar, or Vivitard, or whatever. That camera should be. All right, is that crappy camera working? Oh, yeah. Oh, look, it just put all the menu stuff back on there, even though I told it not to. That's great. Yeah, mode, settings. There we go. So this camera sucks, by the way, but I figure we can use it for a wide shot. You know, basically just that. We can use it to exist, to give us another camera angle if needed. But what we got to do is hook up the other camera. So let me flip us back over and let's get provisions for a third camera. So I have another smaller tripod here with the ZV-1F. This is a Sony portrait camera. It's a small boy, but it should work. Should work for our application, at least until we figure out a solution with the CX405. It's also just a nice camera. All right, so I have to make a little bit of a wire harness for this, and then we got to tweak the camera settings and get them right. The camera seems to have too high a contrast. It's really hard to adjust it because it's Chinesium. They have, like, the names for everything are different. Like it didn't translate or something. Cable ties? No. I got Tessa tape. So we got to start making a harness for this. The DIS box, heck, the main harness. GPS is wired into all of that. So that's what we're going to do. This is just fuzzy tape that's used for cable management in automobiles. They use it to, like shops, not shops, auto manufacturers use it to make wire harness. It's just insulative tape. Also flammable. Boeing taught us that in the right conditions. Yes, similar to that. If you guys remember, Starliner had some problems where the wire harness could potentially catch on fire in certain scenarios, even though Boeing subcontracted it out to somebody and the subcontractor said that it wouldn't catch on fire. It still did. Boeing lit it on fire. Actually, really good analysis from them, believe it or not, you know, despite what people might think. Okay. Hope you're well. I was at EVE Online Fan Fest with Space Pope, and you came up. Really? Did you know Space Pope was Space Pope, Nick Paw? Space Pope's awesome. I love that guy. Tessa tape is fantastic. It might be Tisa tape. I don't know. I feel like it'd be better if we had the tripod like that. There we go. Now, part of what makes this such a pain in the butt is the dang old doggone wire harness, right? Like, hangs off of the side of the camera. There's no real provisions to like give it any support. It's feeling very unsupported right now. Oh, I got my Carhartt hat on. I don't want to mess that hat up, so we'll put the Ford hat on. Ford hat's the one that gets the dirtiest. There we go. All right, perfect. Cool. Give me a screwdriver. There we go. That's all tight. With Space Pope and you came up, Space Pope says he's not there. Must be a different galaxy, Space Pope. You met a different Space Pope, Nick Paw. The weird thing is that Space Pope that's not our Space Pope is actually the Space Pope that they still knew who I was, which is strange. Still funny though. All right, so I don't want these wires kind of hanging like this, so I'm gonna change the scene because the tripod clicked the thumbnail. What does the little red button on the bottom of the gun do? Well, a real killer, when they picked up the ZF-1, would know that. So what I'm going to do, you got to turn the battery pack on to get the base station, the battery pack stuff. I am Tessa taping this to the handle. Actually, that might not be a good idea. Maybe we could just give it a loop or something to go through. Yeah, the base station decided to base station int. All right, so this is the bane of my existence. 2 wires at different lengths. All right, let's see. Let's see what I have here. There's a USB extender. We have an inline HDMI adapter. All right, the USB extender, there we go. Oh, look at this shiny wire. Yeah, Zonku, I need something. All right, so the first thing I want to do is straighten out the wire, because the wire could be coiled. You don't want that. There's an inline HDMI adapter. I got micro HDMI, that's 5 feet. And then my USB A to C. This one needs to open. When you get a chance, buy 90 cables. It will tidy things up without putting strain on anything. Okay? I'm kind of strapped on cash right now between the new camera creation and all the wiring and the protection plan that I purchased on the camera. Kind of, you know, ow! They make all sort of 90 degrees. Yeah, 90 degree cables might be nice. Yeah, this, you know, I'm kind of annoyed that I just made this. I just made this with Tessa tape, but this is going to be a longer cable, USB A to C.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Future EJ problem. Theix, 89-month resub. What's up, man? Human person, 62-month resub. Man, it's getting toasty in here. We're getting to the point in the summertime where the sun beats on the garage and it gets a little warm. We'll get into making those frame rails in a second though, dudes. I can't believe there's no EJ plane building tutorial. Ozzy, it got deleted a long time ago. I used to build a plane in Kerbal every Wednesday. I did it for about 4 years straight. It's called Wings Wednesday. I built every type of plane for whatever you needed. Space planes, supersonic planes, propeller planes, helicopters, everything. We built everything and anything. And then I'm pretty sure those got vodpocalypsed. Twitch decided they wanted to change their how they, do VODs and stuff. And they're going to do it again and delete a bunch of my highlights, but I have it all on YouTube, so I'm not too worried. And we ended up having to download all of it, so it's somewhere, but yeah. All right, so we need the USB extender from here. All the way over to here. There we go. I'll save this USB A to C and put it in my cable collection over here. All right, now we just got to get the HDMI cable running for this, which is this guy. I got a big old, nice, heavy-duty HDMI cable. You should start it up again. It sounds like a great idea. Wings Wednesday. Wings Wednesday was a little difficult, man. Yeah, it's tough cranking out a plane in one stream. Dude, I did everything. We did SR-71s, F-15s. I made all manner of propeller planes, helicopters, seaplanes, flying boats. We did everything, man. Like everything. And I mean everything. We made every different type of plane you can think of. And not only that, we tried to get them to perform in KSP like their real life counterparts, which was, yeah, that part was the most fun. Made Eurofighters, made all kinds of good stuff, dude. But yeah, those VODs got lost to time. The EJ standards is tough. Yeah. I mean, the big thing about planes is your design requirements. Ozzy, that's the big one. What are you building? What are you trying to make? Where's it going? What's it doing? Like those are the big questions to ask. Like when you want to build a plane. Because how you design the plane really depends on all that. All right, let's just verify that this is all working. Let me plug this cable in to my HDMI here. Verify that the camera is getting power. Select USB connect mode. Okay. There it is. Live streaming? Oh, it operates in movie mode. Don't show this function again. Okay. Start streaming from the connected device. Oh my goodness, no. No. Oh, crap. Hang on. We gotta undo this. We gotta undo this. This is bad. There we go. I gotta undo that HDMI. Well, the HDMI is working. It's outputting correctly. All right, let's try this. Try this again. I do not want USB streaming, which is crazy. Crazy thing is that this is USB connected into a power strip. Like, it's not connected into, it's just connected on USB power. Give me one sec, guys. I'm just setting this up, and then I'll show you the view. HDMI info display off. The lens cap is on. Look at you. Check out the big brain on bread. I mean, you're not wrong, but... All right, let's find that HDMI cable again. And plug it in. What I'm really looking for is not having... I don't want the display options shown. So if I go to N3 and we flip to N3, whoa! Ah! 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 I'm in the abyss. Okay, there we go. That seems to be working. Yeah! Still pretty funny. All right. So let's turn this camera around. And let's see how this looks. Ready? Oh! Vlog. Vlog time. Hey, what's up? How's that working? What's up, guys? I'm here in my shop. Just bought this new Coronet here. It's fun to drive up in the Massachusetts hills. But you know what I like more than this new Coronet here is the trunk, which is not there. It shows you that rears are still possible. I have 47 Dodge Coronets in my Dodge Coronet account, and 47 clamps in my clamp account, and 47 wheels in my wheel account. So that seems to be working. Like and subscribe, guys. Like and hit the bell. When did it acquire the Great Red Spot? Oh yeah, that does look like the Great Red Spot. It's Jupiter. If the focus is too good now, here, can it zoom? Ready? Oh. All right. That seems to be, it seems to be working just fine. Now, what I will do is take this over here and move the screen to see so you guys can inspect the work from yesterday. That's what I was trying to show you with the other camera yesterday. I was trying to show you getting these to all line up. That's what I did with the hammer yesterday. Getting this edge to line up with that edge, getting that edge to line up with the factory edge. See the fitment? See that? Can you zoom it? Can we zoom in on it and see it? Look at that. Look at that fitment, dog. Yeah, Tessa, this is a good one. This is a good camera for looking at this. The other thing that I was trying to figure out is up in there. Here, let's try a dark shot. Oh, look at the exposure adjust. See on the back side? I was making sure that all this fits together. That's why I spent hours yesterday hammering all these edges to get this to jive right with the factory drip rail. See? And then we self-tapered the sucker right into place. Oh, this camera's so nice, dude. It's so much better than yesterday. Oh my goodness, what a freaking difference. What a difference, dude. It's crazy. Uncanny how good it is. That's Sony. Freaking Sony cameras, man. Wait till you get a real camera. Azanko, I'm hesitant to buy like a DSLR and put it in the garage because I'd be too scared to knock it over. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's kind of my big one. What camera model is this? This is a ZV-F1 or ZV-1F. All right, so now I just got to work on some cable management now that this is all up and running. I had to make sure that the wires were working correctly. But this is excellent. This is really good. I don't think I'll be taking this camera off of the tripod. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use these cable ties here. Just in case, I don't want to use the tape for this. And I will put this, we're going to zip tie it to the handle. Well, not zip tie, we're going to cable tie it to the handle. There we go. Make sure we have equidistant amount of slack. That's way better, dudes. Like this is so nice. Okay, there we go. Now these cables are slacked, so they're not hanging out and causing a ruckus. You know, you don't want to cause a ruckus. I mean, this camera was $300 more than the Vivicam or whatever the frick that piece of junk is over there. But it's Sony. You know, Sony cameras are good. That's what we use. That CX405 imaged the damn eclipse for us, which is pretty good. That's why I want to fix it, because it has a certain sentimental value to it. A certain sentimental value too, you know. Life, as you so simply put it, it comes from a little destruction, disorder, and chaos. Take this glass, peaceful, serene, boring. But if it is destroyed, look at all these little things, so busy now. Look at them, each one of them useful. It's like a little ballet. So full of color. Sorry, you're a monster, Zorg. I know. All right, so let's, we're getting this all fixed up here. Yeah. Here we go. Nice. And this being zip tied to the tripod gives me some slack on these wires so they're not hanging. Now I'm going to test the tape over the inline coupler because the last thing we need is that getting stepped on. Now it's just managing the rest of the harness. Oh, the HDMI cable's gotten a little coiled. All right, well, we'll flatten it out as we go. So I'm just gonna do a quick wrap, zap and wrap with the Tessa tape here after, you know, I don't know, every couple of feet. This just keeps the cable together, and then what we can do later is we can put harnessing around this. It's like actually making a wire harness for a car. It's not that far off. This is how you do it first. First, you verify that all your cables are working, right? Once your cables are working, make sure they're uncoiled, right? So there's no twists in the wire, because if you don't uncoil the cables, right, they could kink and bend and stretch. Because you got to remember, at the end of the day, there's metal in these things. All right, we're going to lose signal on that camera first because there's some coils in the HDMI wire. See, this is nice. See how it's not like if I hold it loose, it's not coiling up? That's what we got to get rid of. Each one of these little coils here represents the wire getting twisted, like twisting like that. That's no good. That's especially bad for data wires like HDMI. Something these camera nerds all let you know about, all the camera nerds that I work with. So then, when it comes down to it, right, you can take the cable and you can we're still coiled just a little bit. That part's coiled, this part isn't. You can take it and you can make nice uncoiled coils. There we go. You'll know it's not tangled together if it just loops like this. This prevents this is a gremlin prevention method, guys. This method, A, protects your cables, and B, makes sure the gremlins don't come. I really want to fix that CX405, dude. So now this is a USB connector. I'm Tessa-taping the snot out of this thing, so if I step on it, it doesn't destroy the thing. I mean, probably stepping on it will probably still break it, but we also want to make sure that it doesn't come unplugged, like what was happening with my CX405. I didn't Tessa-tape the cables together. Yeah, I know, this is fun, isn't it? TLDR, every brand has their strengths and weaknesses. Hazanku, my big thing is that I need something with a pretty clear picture that's pretty entry level that could zoom a lot. And every time, when I went to Micro Center yesterday, I said that to the guy and he was like, I know whenever I get the, that's a really nice salesman way of saying, no, we don't have that. But I'm not going to be a jerk and just say no, right? I'm going to try to find a solution for you. How long is this HDMI cable? It's a 20-foot run. So about 4 meters, a little bit over 4 meters. It's funny, guys, I noticed something. In the States, they, every cable is labeled like, oh, a 3-foot cable, a 6-foot cable, a 9-foot cable, a 12-foot cable, right? Some manufacturers, I was looking at Micro Center yesterday, even were saying like, oh yeah, this is a 20-foot, you know, this is a 10-foot cable. It's 10 feet. It's 10 feet. It's not 10 feet. It's 3 meters. Because where these cables are made, they don't use feet. So, but they still label the packages like, oh yeah, it's, you know, It's good. All right, that should be good enough. Now, throw the rest of that down there. And then plug the HDMI back in. There we go. Okay. They use hands. Yeah, I know. It's very strange. So it looks like my USB cable has a little bit more slack than the HDMI cable. So we're going to smooth that out. Right. And then I will cable tie the rest of the wire off so it doesn't get tangled up. I know. Crazy, right? Really? Oh, yeah. Since you have much of the Fifth Element memorized, where do we get EJ performing the Diva song? That's not going to be something that's happening, dude. It's just said it's not going to be happening, proceeds to do it. Oh, on electric guitar. I don't know, man. Still got a couple of coils. This HDMI cable is being a slippery rascal. I don't know. Could you even do that on that? Like, who knows? Okay, there we go. Let's see if the Sony camera remembered our settings. Ready? There's a shot of the trunk pan and my stove. Saw your message. Looks to be back up now and sent the links to you. Thanks, Mutter. Thanks, man. All right. Excellent. I'm going to put my electrical tape and my Tessa tape back in my electrical cabinet. Why is this damn thing all coiled up again? For a third time. I was trying to undo this thing. I hate runs. I hate this. I hate coily cables. Coily cables is, and sorry, I'm only sharing it with you so you can participate in my frigging misery. I only really started noticing coily cables when a cameraman that I work with brought it to my attention, and he's like, dude, coil cables are cringe. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? What the hell's a coil cable? I don't know what that means. And he's like, no, this. If you do this, you won't have runs in your cable, and the wires are just nice and flat. And I'm like, oh, that's mint. I didn't know you could do that. This was a long time ago, by the way. And ever since then, it's just been permanently ruined. All right, here we go. New setup. There it is. Was it Jack? No, Ouroboros, if you really want to know. It was the first stream where we had an actual dedicated cameraman for Intrepid. Guys, I don't know if you remember that. It was a good bit ago. It's probably like 2016, 2015, something like that. Okay, all the cables are nice and tucked away. Everything is wrapped. I have some extra HDMI cables, the extenders, and the adapters. I'll put the extras in my bag of tricks over there. This is trash. We don't need this. That's trash. All right, shall we frame rail? Let's freaking go, dudes. Need to use the over-under technique. Yeah, right. But see how the cables are nice and straight? See the runs? They're perfect. This is how, I don't know if you guys notice, I barely ever trip over wires in the shop. That's why. That's why, because they stay nice and flat and you can walk right over them. It's not a big deal. Now you probably shouldn't step on those, because HDMI cables, just due to the nature of the beast. But all right, I remember that you were playing KSP. Yeah, in before I trip over the wires. Thank you. All right, it's a little muggy up here today. Just gonna throw away more trash. Hellfish, come here. I need to throw you away. I just left a bunch of rags out yesterday. We left kind of in a hurry because of that trip to Micro Center, but I think it came out okay. All right. All right, so the other thing, dudes, is that I did order all the parts. All the parts we talked about that you guys funded yesterday, we have all of them. All of them are coming. Keep lots of water handy. I got a fridge over here, man. Of course I keep water handy. Yep, as I thought. Sun's beating on the garage, which is why it's getting toasty in here. Fresh pants? Wait. Fresh pot? No, fresh pot. Podix? All right. You got an overhead fan? Nah, Fluffy, I don't. The garage is pretty bare bones in terms of accoutrement. Accoutrement? What the heck is that? All right, let's just make sure that all three cameras are working. So, crappy Vivitar, me, CX405. Or ZF1, excuse me. All right, excellent. Can we do the fade? Whoop. 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 It is insulated. Yep, yep. You need a big fan for your garage. The big butt fan for the garage? Yes. All right. I didn't sweep up yesterday, so that's what we're doing. I'm gonna sweep up first. How does so much car get on the damn ground? Jeepers creepers. How did all this rust came off of the damn bumper? All right, so we're working back here today. Specifically where we're trying to work. Oh, the Crapatech cam is on. All right. Where we're trying to work is up on the frame rails here. I really wish this tripod would go higher, but it's a little babby tripod. It's a little babby. That should be good. All right, let's see how that camera looks. So you have 5 cameras running. No? I'm not entirely sure where you got 5 from. I have the high cam, gimbal cam, Vivitar, the camera that you see right now, that's 4. And then I have another intermittent webcam that works sometimes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Najiwala Mechanical Master Class. Thanks, man. I might swap the ZV-1F to, yeah, I don't know. You could send a tripod that you're not using anymore. If you want to send it to the PO box, dude, I won't complain, ARJ. But I think you've given enough, dude. To be 100% honest with you, this is just leftover tripods that I had. So yeah, you guys have a decent view of the frame rails there, but it's not like the best. It could be better. But today we're really gonna try and rebuild this. That tripod does not go any higher. Yeah, I'm gonna swap the tripods, dudes. We'll swap them. I'm going to put the nice camera on the nice tripod and the crappy camera on the crappy tripod. That's like a desktop tripod. How's the new camera? Great, Bree. Yeah, fantastic, actually. I'll show you in a second when I swap this. I mean, I'm sure we could play with the Vivitar and get that shot right, but yeah, I don't know. And this right here is why I didn't tape the cable to the handle. We cable tied it. Because this bad melon farmer needs to go up here. Need to swap the stands. Yes, guys, Bree did in fact get better dirt. She did. Narrator. She did, in fact, get better dirt. Okay. Cable tied. We're in. Now this guy, the Vivitar. The Vivitar. I'm going to put this camera up on my shelf. We'll put you on your shelf. There we go. Let me just frame that shot. Yeah, how's that look? All right, it's overexposed to hell. Sweet. Good enough. Look at the difference. That shot's overexposed. That camera sucks, dude. I'm pretty sure like I had a Kodak camera that was like 20 bucks when I was younger. That was way better than that thing. All right, but now we got the good camera on the good tripod. And now I can get you guys a shot of what this should look like. Cable tying this right here is probably not the best idea. See if we can get it around the grip, because this tripod can go up and down. Yep, that's broken. All right, cool. We broke the cable tie. I should have more over here. I keep them all in a little cubby box over there. There we go. Make sure we got slack in the cable. Oh, yeah. This is going to look great. Ready? Oh, look at that shot. What a nice picture. Ah, this camera's way better. Oh, man. That's perfect. So now you can see just how Titanic this thing actually is. I know you're talking to us in the Twitch chat, but sometimes I think about how in reality you're just a dude in your garage talking to yourself. A dude in the garage talking to myself, Dean, with the garage door open, so my neighbors can definitely hear me. Oxidation with representation. Yeah. 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 Yeah, so that's where we're at right now. Gotta fix that. How does that picture look in here on the office? Oh yeah, it's pretty good, man. So we're gonna try to rebuild that today. We gotta start taking measurements. So let's go for it. Here, how good can this camera zoom? Come on, focus it up. Oh, very nice. Sony, thank you. Thanks for coming out. All right, so here we go. We got to rebuild this. This frame rail should go out to basically where my hand is. So we got to rebuild a lot of the structure down here. And we also got to rebuild the frame rail flange plates. There should be a piece of metal that goes out this way, right here. And that's where the bumper bracket attaches, right? I don't know if you guys can see it up close. Well, actually, I do know if you guys can see it up close. Hell yeah. So I don't know if you can see right here. There's a little curve, right? That curve is where this is what I was trying to show you yesterday, because the freaking camera sucked. So we have enough, this looks not like a lot, but we have enough to basically figure out where this thing goes. So if you see the curve on the new cross member, that goes, or should go, right there. See those curves? Those curves should line up. This is an adjustable slot for the bumper bracket to make sure that the bumper gets centered. There's a left to right adjustment here. So basically what we need is to get that to line up. And then from there, we can use that to figure out where the slot would be for the frame rail flange that should be right here. That's the goal. The goal is to make new flanges. Petition to have the new Sony as your streaming camera in the office. That way you could be 4K. Dean, the camera in the office is 4K for the stream, for my stream. It's just Flame Trench. I don't know what's going on with their software, or if like NSF can't tune a chroma, or if my green screen lighting is bad. Could be any one of those. That way you can be 4K at the same time as NSF live stream back. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know what the hell that's about, but it's fine on my computer. It's fine when we stream. If you want to get more of the shot in focus, you could increase the FX. Might have to change the ISO to compensate. I think lighting this is what's going to fix it, is what's going to really get you guys a good look. How's that? Yeah, we need multi-directional lighting. Let's try a 3/4 light. Try something like that. It's still casting a lot of shadows. We need to light it from the bottom. Yeah, we would need different types of lighting to get this shot really dialed in, but that'll work. All right, so yeah, the leaf spring flange looks okay, or the leaf spring triangulation for the back of the bracket looks okay. And to be honest with you, the rest of this rail really looks all right. It really doesn't look too bad. This is all good. There's just a little bit of nicks right there where I didn't get out a spot weld correctly. But if I went in here and we cleaned this up, it would look real nice. This is all good metal, believe it or not. The right frame rail is fine. This is okay. It's just the end. So what we got to do is we got to start taking measurements. Let's think about this. So got to start making measurements, and we got to start drawing this out, and then we'll use CAD to figure it out. Now, the first thing, we have the frame rail flange there. We know that this flange goes, here, hold up, you guys can't actually see that. Here, I'm going to make you guys come down with me a little bit right here. There we go. So right here, there's still a little bit of the flange on the inside of the rail. This is the inside of the car. That's the wheel would be over here behind the wheelhouse, right? We know that there's a flange right here, and we know that there's a flange that goes this way. The flange that goes this way is enough to get the bumper slot piece, right? And then we know from other YouTubers that we've seen do the same thing, namely Chris Birdsong, so the Junker Up YouTube channel, we know that this thing, that flange basically goes about a ½ inch, give or take, past this slot. So that gets us the length of the flange that way. If we line up the slots, once again, the whole point to rebuilding this structure is so I can get the rear cross member back on. I want to put the rear cross member back on, but we got to give it something to hold to. Got to give it something to attach. There we go. That's not going to get us exactly what we're looking for, but it's close. We know the frame rails aren't level. The left frame rail is not level. So perhaps the first thing we should do is level these and brace them. We can do that now because we have, I took the exhaust out, so we have the metal that we can use to brace this. So I'm going to back you guys off here just a smidge, right? And now we got to level this. So I'm fairly confident that the right frame rail is level. The right frame rail has enough structure in it that it's probably in the right spot. I mean, we can absolutely double check, and now would probably be the time to be precise. But if we measure the exact bottom of the frame rail here, let me take a look. It's about 25 1/16 of an inch. Now, let me do that on this side. This one is at 24 7/8. So these are within a 1/4 inch of each other. It's actually not bad. This is all pretty damn true. It's pretty good. I do believe cutting out all that rust actually somehow leveled these things. That and our bracer bar that we put in. I actually just welded the bracer bar to 2 holes that are already in each frame rail, and then I used the jack to make sure that that bracer bar was level. This is the only thing that's holding structure on the back of this thing. This is basically acting like our rear cross member for now. Now, in terms of relationship off the back of the car, I'm still not 100% sure. Like, are we... The car is level. I know the car is level. We made sure of that. And these frame rails really haven't moved. They moved down a little bit. This one was at 25 1/4. And now it's at 25 1/16, give or take. They were at 25 1/4 when the trunk was in. So it did sag probably a little bit. Yeah, we should probably jack these things back up to, both of them, up to 25 1/4 and then put the brace in. So I'm going to get the floor jack in a 2x4, and, well, that's exactly what we're going to do. What we got to do first, though, is we got to go back and we got to figure out where the clean metal is. This one won't be too hard. There's clean metal basically right here. I do need to, there is undercoating on it, so I do need to get at that with the wire wheel and stuff, and we got to slap this all off here. What is that, Hilmus? All right. So cleaning off the frame rails, finding good metal, and straightening them is probably what we need to do first. And by probably, that is what we need to do first. Potentially useful is what that is. Check it out. Okay. Potentially useful. I am all about potentially useful. What do we got? Trunk, pan, crossmember, and extension installation. Getting squared away. It's a 70 Super Bee. Same thing. It would be the same. Cutting on the 70 Super Bee never seems to stop. I thought to myself, in removing all the rotted trunk pan, I discovered the trunk extensions were either completely gone themselves or wholly disconnected from the lower quarters as they too rotted away. That is the exact problem we've had. Yep. That's exactly what's, yep. Frame rails appear to be in decent enough condition, but the rear cross member tying the rails together, as well the entirety of the rear chair panel, was equally gone. Yep. Like, you can't weld anything to it, like paper thin gone. So alas, it had to go. It reminded me were those loose hanging remnants of quarter panels exposed to frame rail. Yep. That looks awfully familiar. That is exactly what we need to do right there. Oh. Do the bumper brackets go on first? Also, that guy has a brace that's exactly where mine is. That's really weird. That brace is in the same exact spot as ours. That's cool. Yeah, this is important to learn. Actually, his frame rails look pretty good. Mine's rusted. See, but look, his is rusting in the same spot that ours is. I mean, mine's way more gone right there on that frame rail flange. What is it with the left frame rail on these cars going? Because this one looks fine. That one's all pitted up. Look. What the hell's going on with that? Above left. When the trunk pan is removed, we can take a better look at our frame rails and assess the damage. Above right. Major standouts were the bumper bracket support reinforcement plates, particularly finding the spot welds on those. Notice the black Sharpie marks indicating where to drill. Oh yeah, we don't need to worry about this. Ours just fell off. Yep. Yeah, we don't need to worry about our bumper reinforcement plates. Those just fell off yesterday. There's a golf ball sized hole in one. Yeah, that's good. Okay. David Chamberlain's of All Customs Restoration laughed when the car first arrived. There's not much in there. Ensuring the B-body's frame rails were both straight and level was first. Hey, that's what we thought. As we documented David's process earlier, next we required that we tie the frame rails together with a new rear cross member. Prior to doing so, we need to see what's left of the bumper brackets that we could reserve. The pitting was bad, but the metal wasn't corroded enough that it couldn't take a weld. With the reinforcement brackets plates removed, we could catch up on the ends of the frame rails, repair the broken flanges, and replace what we could find. That's what we need to make. All right. Why did the browser make the thing go off the page? That's exactly what we need to make, right there. Did this guy have a mouse house though? Maybe. Yep, we need to make those flanges, and then there's a captive nut right there. That captive nut is a bumper bolt. Potentially helpful. Yeah, this is great, dude. We were able to remove the bumper braces above right, the flanges at the end of the frame rail. So above left, making sure the cross member lined up with the rear frame rails, we clamped it on temporarily. We made sure the oval slotted holes in the frame rails line up with the cross member. Here's a close-up of the oval holes. Yep, we're using the oval holes as a datum as well. But what I'm failing to understand here is do the bumper brackets go first, or does the cross member go first? Because they said they removed the bumper brackets. Whatever, we'll read on. Well, they got more frame rail flange than we do. There's a captive nut currently streaming on this channel. No, just a nut. Yep. That's what we need to rebuild. Here, let me see if I can line up the camera shot. Let me see if I can make it look exactly like that. That's just a little bit above the frame rails. You're just a little to the right of the frame rail. There we go. All right. Here, ready? Ready? Whoop. That's ours. That's theirs. Oh wait, we gotta go down a little bit more. Yeah. There we go. See? Camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2. Perfect. All right. You don't want to see what our left frame rail looks like. Look, the left frame rail on this one is totally shot. This one looks in way better condition. I'm wondering, dudes, I'm wondering if why is the left frame rail shot on this one? Why is the left frame rail shot on that one? It's got to be something with the design. But what would make one rot more than the other? They're identical. They're identical. Open diff. An open differential. Wouldn't it? You step on the gas, it squeaks the tires a little bit. One tire spins faster than the other. It shoots more salt back up in there on the left side. And when we were doing burnouts, actually no, when we were doing burnouts, the back right tire was the one that was spinning a lot. Where's the fuel line? Not near this part of the frame rails, Katra. Hey, Jackery, what's up, dude? Well, what's this camera? What happened? I bought another camera. I got a new one. We have 3 cameras now. That's the nice camera. All right, so let's go back over to desktop capture. Set camera. There we go. There's more weight on that side of the car most of the time. Yeah. 2.25 cameras. Yeah, all right, I'll give you 2.25. The end of a nasty frame rail, which probably should have gotten replaced. 12 inches up, really bad. And again, the whole rail was not worth replacing. We needed to fix the ears where the cross member attaches. Oh, nice measurements. Thank you. What are we measuring here? Yep. Left side is exposed to mist from oncoming traffic. Yeah, that's true. See the new ears welded in place lined up with the oval holes. Getting the alignment right is crucial. You'll never see these, but if they're wrong, your bumper won't align correctly. Yeah, you got to slot those and they have to be perfect. That's really, really important. After the ears are fabricated and welded in, we put our rear cross member back on, marking where we should weld and grind off coating for good welding penetration. Above right, here's the cross member in place and ready for welding. Factory bumper reinforcement plate is cleaned up as best we could. Above right, here's another shot of the cleaned up bracket. That's what I was like, we might have to do that with our plates, but our plates have a gigantic hole in them. I hope you signed up for the giveaway. I don't know. Probably not. Here's another shot of the cleaned up bracket. So the plates are on the back. Plates are on the back. They're on the back and they're tacked to the cross member. We have replacement plates coming, so I'm not too concerned about that. We just need to remake the frame rail ears, and there you go. That's what that sucker looks like. Oh, that's super useful. The bumper bracket lines up with the outside flange of the frame rail right there. Cool. Cool. Very nice. All right, that Hilness, this not only was this super helpful. Yes, this was super helpful. Oh, that's genius. Tape lines to mark the frame rail. That's really smart. So you know where to drill. Oh, we're doing that. Yep, chat, we're doing that. That's genius. That's really friggin' smart. I was wondering how we were going to get that done. I was just going to measure everything. But that makes it so much easier. So we're going to need to drill a lot of holes in this damn trunk. And yeah, we got to mark those frame rails. That's pretty smart, dude. All right. Yep, see, he has tape, and then all it is just measuring the length between your plug welds. And then we got to do that. We got to drill holes on the side of the frame rail flange for the trunk extension. We'll plug weld to the trunk extensions. Yep, that's... Oh, Hilness, this is... Dude, thank you. All right, so this is great. What I want to do is go back up here, and then they said there's a thing on leveling... The process of leveling here. Oh, that 70 looks fantastic. Nice. Stuff is actually what they used to teach at auto body repair school. Okay. Ah. Oh. Oh, we already took that measurement. Yeah, this is useful. They use door frame shims to take up the slack so it stays tight. We use shims on both sides. All right, hold on. Yeah, they use threaded rod to make sure to level it. All right, let's read. Trouble was getting a correct set of numbers to compare it to. Thankfully, because the 66 to 70 B bodies all shared the same platform, and thereby the identical wheelbase measurement, Dave was able to use his own 68 Coronet as the template. From there, all I had to do was pick up a few materials and a tram gauge. A tram gauge is used for measuring the squareness of a car when it's on a frame rack or set up at the table. It can be used to measure certain points on the car to make sure that it's square. Thankfully, a frame rack or table chassis won't be necessary. All the tools needed are a floor jack and 6 jack stands, 4 to square up the body, 2 to place all the way at the back of the frame rails so you don't have any drooping at the rear when the quarters are off. As for materials, Dave dipped into a local hardware store. He got 5-foot length of 3/4 inch electrical conduit and 1 short diameter piece of scrap tubing that slid over a conduit. 2-foot piece 7/16 threaded rod and thumb screws. All right. So he set that, he used that, he set it to his car. He used his car, his good car as good measurement. Take the floor to rear crossmember height measurement. These cars were built asymmetrically, so find a cutout or hole near the rear crossmember. Point you can find on both sides so you can measure the frame rails individually. Okay, so we got to find our reference points. Cars have holes in the frame rails at the same spot. Use that for a measurement. Yeah, we don't have a good car to necessarily measure off of here, dudes. But I'm sure we can figure it out. All right, let's go back over here. Well, 25 1/4 was what it was before we cut any of the structure out. I'm going to set it back to 25 1/4 on both sides. We'll set both those frame rails, and then I'll weld in floor braces. Or we could just put jack stands in with a shim like what they did. That might actually be an easier thing to do. I do have an extra set of jack stands here because I took out the exhaust. Of course they don't fit. Okay, scratch that idea. Building back the structure is what we're going to do, or putting metal bracing is what we'll do. Yeah. All right. Cool. Good plan. I like this plan. I'm happy to be a part of it. Let's do it. So, fellas, I need to pick your engineering brains for a second here. It was 25 1/4 on the right frame rail, which we know was good the entire time. And we definitely cut all the structure out. These frame rails aren't connected to anything. I'm thinking jacking up the frame rail and then welding some rod underneath it to hold it in place is the right move. It was 25 1/4 on the right frame rail. We know that was right. So if I set them both to 25 1/4, that should be perfect. We knew that the left frame rail was sagging because, once again, I took a ton of measurements and wrote them down before, like what the article said. We took a ton of measurements and we wrote them down. And another thing that we took down is the measurement from the top of the leaf spring perch to the trunk rail. This right here should be 14 1/4, and it's not. Yeah, these need to go up just a little bit. This side is 14 3/8. This side's too high. But then again, we know that frame rail is low. Ooh, we've made a little bit of a conundrum here. Will the jack push through the frame rail? No, frame rails are still solid enough to fix. Yeah, Silent, I will do that. What we should do is find a point of reference from before disassembly and compare. Well, this was 25 1/4. I know that was 25 1/4. I know that was correct. We could also use the valance, the rear valance. We could clamp that thing back into position. Here, let me switch to the Vivitar. We can put this, because this still has what's left of the original rear cross member. It's still there, some of it. If we put this in and we measure where it needs to be, let me move the other camera back a little bit so we don't bonk it. We put this thing back in, Shy, we should be able to get a good relative position. Yeah. Oh, we got to finish drilling out that spot. Oh yeah, we really gotta be sure. We really gotta be sure with this. Nothing will line up if we don't get this right. So I'd say it's better to take your time here. Oh yeah, Don's? Oh boy. It kind of looks like a car when you put that piece back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. We got to get our measurements, man. See, the problem is, guys, I did take the measurements. We took measurements. We took tons of them. You know, distance from here to here, side to side distances. We added bracing to make sure the quarters don't move around or nothing, right? I even made a bunch of diagrams that you probably can't see because the exposure on that camera sucks, right? I even made a bunch, measuring everything and making sure that everything was good. But who knows if this was ever in the right position? Our measurements are based off of that being bent because it's not in the right position. We know that. We're in a pickle. We're in a little bit of a pickle. Plus, that 25¼ measurement, did we take it after we leveled the car? Interesting. That's level. What about you? Also level. That's level. That is not, but it's mostly because that frame rail flange is boned. I'm wondering when we jacked that up before if we bent something, because that one is kind of, it's kinked in just a little bit. Something changed, so my assessment is that we needed more bracing before taking it apart. That does not help me at all right now, Shai. Cool, cool. Is it level from front to back? It is, Tech. Yes, she is level from front to back. I re-leveled the car halfway through disassembly, which was a big no-no, but I didn't know how to do it, so that was the best way to get it done. These frame rails are pretty damn true. They are. I know they're pretty straight. They are. I have factory measurements in the manual here. I think I do, at least. Let's take a look. Heat and a jack is how I've straightened a rail in the past. It was not perfect, but it did move. Okay. Good to know. Okay. In the factory manual, the center, the leaf springs are 44 inches on center. Distance from front to rear perch should be about 57. It says 56.93. It's using inches and a decimal point, which is Okay. All right, so let's measure. Why not? They have a whole, Mopar Connection has a whole series on Zombie. Okay, cool. Sweet. Excellent. Ow. Let me center that perch. That's on center. It's definitely within a 1/4 inch tolerance, guys. It's pretty damn close. Yeah, that's definite, dude. It's within 1/8 of an inch. Like, that's perfectly center right there. Okay, our leafs are still true. That brace saved us. They are square. They're perfect. They're pretty damn square. I wasn't really worried about that. I'm worried about up and down. That's really where I'm at. Like, where do these live in 3D space? Up and down. I think this one has a little bit of torsion. Actually, bending this so the level reads straight is probably putting it in perfect tolerance. How would we do that? I'm thinking. I gotta think. They are coplanar right now. Everything's coplanar. I think that the left leaf spring is twisted a little bit, and this thing it's twisted just a smidge this way because it's not level. But if I push down on the leaf spring perch, and get it level, then we're good. This is probably from when we jacked up the car. I jacked it up on the leaf spring perch. We probably bent it a little bit. And by probably, that's exactly what happened. Either that or it just bent that way over time because the cross member was gone. There was nothing to hold it together. So if the suspension is pushing on it, it probably bent it up. That's fine. That's easily fixable. Now, the factory manual calls for about 72 inches from the center of the front left leaf spring perch to the center of the rear right leaf spring perch. All right, let's measure that. It should be 71.9, which in inches is like 71 in like 30 seconds or something. Let's get down here. Ugh. The right way to do this would be to measure it with the plumb. Let's do it. Let's do what the factory manual calls for. We can use the ground as our datum and a plumb. I just got to get in there and clean up. There's a lot of dust and dirt down there. And there's also a jack stand left over from where the exhaust was. But if I take this jack stand out, there we go. Good old Mr. Broom in here. All right. Let's get the plumb out. We'll measure plumb from the center of the leaf spring perch, right? And then I'll make a mark. I'll mark the ground with tape or a marker or something. And then we'll do the same over here from that leaf spring perch. If we measure on the outside ear of that leaf spring, and then the inside ear, not ear, the inside mount of the leaf spring, that should give me the on-center measurement. It'll just be 2 inches to one side, because measuring from the center of that is a little weird. So, all right. Let's get a camera out here. And we'll
Discovery,
start
go
taking
and
our
throttle up.
measurements. Who was that resubbing? Wood, 59-month resub. Thank you. All right. New camera's still looking pretty sharp. Let's get a light there. Get a light. Let's get some tape that we can put on the ground. I'll get some painter's tape and my marker. This is what the factory manual calls to do, guys. I don't see why we shouldn't do this. The cord, I got it. Want your square measurement be off with the frame rail missing. Or I've mistaken where the measurement is taken from. The Mopar manual takes it diagonally. 71.9 or 5 from center of the right rear leaf spring perch to the front leaf spring perch on the left frame rail. See what I'm saying? So they have 44 on center. We know that that's right. The leaf springs are true left to right. Okay? If we measure the diagonal there, this one, that measurement, where my middle finger is, that should be right. They're measuring perch to perch, dude. So the way to do that, right, is to pick up on the center of the perch, date them down, mark the floor, do it from the right rear perch, mark the floor, and heck, left rear perch and right front perch, mark those. We'll try it, and we'll make an X. We'll triangulate it, see if it's right. I'm pretty sure it's pretty close. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's okay, believe it or not. So that'll get us leaf spring orientation. That'll mean our frame rails are true left to right for the most part, because we measured 44 wide, and it's 44 on center within like maybe an eighth of an inch. Quarter-inch tolerance on the entire car, which is still bananas to me. Yeah, that should be right. What I'm looking for is if somebody can find like a stock ride height measurement, like from the front leaf spring perch to the ground at stock ride height, what that is. If we can find that measurement, right? So say the right front frame, or the leaf spring perch, right, with a stock ride height with stock shock absorbers, right, is 5 inches off the deck, right? We go to measure where it is with our jack stands, right? And if it's 12, well, obviously there's a 6-inch difference there, or 7-inch difference, right? So from there, we should be able to get a datum on the back, right? And we should be able to see how high that is. We should be able to extrapolate everything from a ride height calculation. Anyway, let's do this. Yeah, I think that'll work. The other thing that we have to figure out is frame rail torsion, right? Frame rail torsion might be an issue, but we should be good with that. So I'm going to go from the center of the bolt. That's the leaf spring mount bolt, right? I'm just going to run this to the center of the leaf spring. We need a little more slack than that. We'll put a piece of tape on the ground here. Just wait for the plumb to get straight. This is just painter's tape. So what I'll do is we'll measure off the top. We'll measure from the direct side of the bolt here. We'll measure plumb, right? And then we'll take the measurement on the leaf spring. We'll take the measurement difference here, and then we'll just transfer the mark. Should be pretty straightforward stuff. Just made a mark with the marker there. Okay, that's right. Okay, now I'm going to get my tape measure and I'll measure the distance here. Because we got to take into account that bolt. Your differences in the diagonal measurements will be your squareness error. Yeah, I got you. So this is the center of the leaf spring. 2 3/8. That should be more or less right. I mean, I don't know if the car is exactly straight to the floor. I'm pretty sure it's just a little bit sideways, but that's okay. Okay. Cool. Well, that's one. Now let's go off the back perch. Let me get my tape. Let me get my tape measure. Let me get the light. Sorry about the shaky cam. Oh no, I pulled the plumb out. Crap. Okay. Now we gotta weave this damn thing back through. Got to make a new knot. You better not mention this to anybody, chat. Wow, you're a talking goat. Now what I did was I spray painted the end of this so the strings stayed together. So if you need to rethread it, whoop, I don't know if anybody knows that. That's how I like doing that. Cool. The new knot is working in the plum, in the peach as well. So now that hangs perfectly. Okay. You button hooked me, huh? I didn't do nothing. I didn't do it. Okay. Now measure the plumb mark. I'm on the inside of the leaf spring perch here, and then we'll measure it on center here in a moment. This is all important. We have to get the frame rails level before we add to them. They have to make sure they're right. If we add to them and they're wrong, the part that we made, all that time that we're going to put into that stupid flange, the frame rail ears is what they're called, it's going to be useless because nothing will line up. Okay, my mark's good. Good. Excellent. So now, what I got to do is, from my place of measurement to the center of the leaf spring perch, we got to measure. So we're 2.5, so that means 175. No, 1.25. Yeah, 2.5, 1.25. Okay, so 1.25 off of this mark down here, give or take, is where we need to be. There. Okay, now the moment of truth. Truth. The factory manual calls for about 72 inches between each point. So, uh-oh. It's, we're not out by too much, dudes. It's 71 and 9/16. It needs to be 71 and 14/16. We're out by about a ½ inch. Balls. That's not too bad, right? 71.9, right? So the factory says it as a decimal point, which is stupid. Decimal points would be like, I mean, if we're measuring to the 10th of a decimal point of an inch, well, we're 9/10 of the way there. What fraction is that close to? Eighths will work. Get you close enough. If they're both the same or really close, shouldn't it be okay? Kind of. 15/16 is going to get us, yeah. So we're at 9/16. We need 15/16. So we're 5/16 short. 5/16 of an inch. That could be the sag. Could be that sagging that I'm telling you guys about. If these rear leaf springs are hanging down, right, it's going to close this gap up again. Yeah, 5/16. That can't be reduced. If it was 6/16, that could be 3/8. Yeah, we're not that far out. It's actually pretty close. Yeah, like I said, the distance is about that much. But once again, if we level this frame rail to 25 1/4, I'm wondering if we'll retake the measurement, right? We'll jack this up on the frame on this bracer bar, right? And if we bend the frame rail, not bend the frame rails, if we put the frame rails up to 25 1/4, where our original measurement was off the deck, right? I must have double checked. I think after I re-leveled the car, this was still at 25 1/4 off the ground. And that's how I knew it was good. Yeah. I'm thinking if we jack the back of that up, it should put this thing into alignment. I'm pretty sure. I don't see why it wouldn't. Let me get the jack. And let's retake the measurement with this thing jacked up and see what happens. Now let me get my 2x4 that I had here. Right? Put the 2x4 on here, and if we jack the car up more or less in the center point here on my stupid piece of wood and my stupid bracer mark. Ready? That's bowing the frame. Yeah, it's not going to do it. Let me think. All that's doing is pushing the side up. It's just bending this bracket, and it's just twisting the frame rails. Mark where you need to be. Oh. Okay, I've made a mark where I need to be. Smaller cross. Now, let me see if I can get a reading on the end of this frame rail and where it's supposed to live. Okay, gotta let the jack down a little bit. 25 1/4 is where we measured. I'm trying to put it in a spot where I can get a straight measurement with the tape. So we'll put the jack right there. No, back it out. There we go. That's 25 1/4 right there. Now, let's get the plumb. So down there, if you guys look, let me zoom in. I have two marks. There's one cross and there's another cross right next to it. If this lines up, then well, we know that that 25 1/4 was right. I think it's going to be honest. I pushed it in. I pushed it in 1/4, dudes. Yeah, it pushed it in. So does that mean the frame rail needs to go down? It went that way. It went towards it. That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. Please measure the opposite diagonal. It'll show your real error. Okay. Yeah, I got to sweep off the other diagonals, dude. Let me switch you guys to the other camera. Okay. All right. Feel like we need a lesson in trig. Rising the end with a fixed position will increase the opposite and shorten the adjacent. Yeah, sure. Let me get that down off of there. All right, well, let's measure front. Actually, we're already back here and we're already set up for it, so I'll measure the other side. Why did I sit down without the plumb in my hand? Of course I left it on the desk. Of course I left it on the I broke the damn wheel again, chat. Chief, what's up, man? We're doing some Greek stuff in here, dude. You see? See, we're doing some Greek. Some Greco-Roman mathematicus. Lenny! Lenny! Damn it, I broke the wheel again, chat. Nice and clean. Franken beans. Switching cameras. Okay. All right. So I measured off the inside perch before. So the first thing I got to do is find plumb. Just find where I should put the tape. I'm gonna go ahead and guess. I would at least hope it's gonna be somewhere in here. Let's just check. Ready? Stay. I was close. Okay. I gotta put more tape down over here. So I'm not going to measure from the outside and then make the mark. I've realized you don't really need to do that. You could just line up the string with the edge of the frame rail and then center it. I just got to hold it here for a second, make sure it stops penduluming. This is fun. We're having fun. Okay, that's dead center. That's dead center from the center of the frame rail perch. Rear leaf spring perch, arrow.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh, space. Pete gifted 5 subs. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Skeeter. Skeeter Pete. Peter Skeet. Peter Skeet? Thanks for the 5, man. Appreciate you. I enjoy this content almost as much as the Pillar of Autumn or boosters. This is good stuff, man. Math. We gotta learn something new today. It's called math. And without it, none of us would exist. Oh, you think that's funny, huh? What's 9 times 5? Like 40, that's right. 9 times 5 is like something like 40. Class, I'm giving him an A. Five more minutes of this, I'm gonna get mad. It's not my fault this is happening. So I measured off the bolt, but we'll go right directly from the center of the perch. Okay, so you guys know the drill at this point. Gotta make sure we clean off the edge so the tape doesn't move. Actually, this one would probably be better. I don't think I can get at the center of the spring exactly. I'll try. I think, yeah, for this one, doing it and measuring it over is probably a good idea. Okay, got my initial mark for tape. This one doesn't have to be like perfectly precise. The perfectly precise part comes in a second. This is just so I have some space to draw. Okay. So once again, I'm using the leaf spring bolt, and then we got to measure over a certain amount. Okay. There we go. Actually, that's not exactly the front perch. I gotta measure the distance on the bolt. Yeah. How far are we exactly? Two and 3/8, just like the other side. Okay, I got the X mark here. X marks the spot. Okay, so let's I went through all the trouble of setting up this damn camera. I need a director. You still saw it, right? You could see it from over there with that poopy doopy camera, right? Here, let me just move the camera back over to where it was a second ago so I can waste more people's time. All right, so first thing I want to check is if these X marks are 44. Just as I measured before, I know we're within 1/8 of an inch. This is 43 7/8. Yeah, so something's funky. That tells us something. All right, now let's see if we're 79 15/16. Left to right. Or 72 15/16. Okay. Oh shit. Yep. Yep, same deal. Yeah, that piece hasn't moved. Same thing, guys. This is, it needs to be 71 15/16. And we are not at that. Diagonal, we are 71 5/16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 71 5/16. Yeah, we're out a little bit. Now let me check. Let me check if it's the same Nickpa. That's what I'm gonna do now. Let me check the other one. Let me go left to right. Two, 4, 6, 8, 9. That's 71 9/16. Huh. Huh. And then what's our width here? Hold on, let me just check it. We need to be 44 and we're 43. $43 7/8. Okay. So we're out a little bit. It's not much, guys, believe it or not. Despite all that rust, despite all this nonsense, it's not bad. In fact, it might just be the weight of all the parts sitting on the frame rails that bring this thing back into alignment. The problem is that we're dealing with here is that we're out different distances. So we have a 4/16 or a 1/4 inch difference left to right. The projection onto the floor won't work unless the points of measurement are the exact same distance off of the floor. Anything else, you're measuring a triangle. I don't really. If this was all a waste of time, Nick Paul, why the fuck did you sit here and watch me do it? I don't understand. Why do you guys always wait until it's done and to say that it's wrong? Why is this a thing? Like, you know, where was I'm going to do this, and does everybody else think this is a good idea, and no one says anything, and then when I do it, everyone goes, no, that's wrong. I don't understand. What are you talking about, dude? We thought you knew. If it's wrong, why'd you let me do it? Damn it! Why? That was a pain in the butt. Why did you? Oh my goodness. I mean, we're projecting onto the floor. It shouldn't be too bad. That should be pretty precise because we use gravity as plumb, right? Like, that's close. These numbers are all pretty damn close. Everything is all, not everything, it's not off by much, guys, to be honest. If anything, this is telling me that frame rail, either this frame rail needs to go down or that frame rail needs to go up. It's one or the other. It's not. If he's right, it's the height difference of the rails. What is the width across the projection marks on the front hangers? I can check. I mean, once again, guys, this isn't rocket science. We have, it's not rocket science. We have a 1/4 inch tolerance here. I think this is good enough to get me some pretty good data because if anything, it's using gravity as your datum. This is what we should have done at the beginning though. We should have done this in part 2. 43 7/8. 43 7/8, dude. On the fronts, Dean, it's the same. It's the same as the back. Like, exactly the same. Huh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh. Like, dude, it was exact. Like, it's 43 7/8 dead on both of them. So we're square. Huh. Pete converted Prime to a tier 1 sub. Thanks, man. An Angry Wallaby. 29-month resub. Would you just look at that? Metal's going back into the car rather than out of it. I hope you're having much fun. Yeah, it's fun, dude. If the body mounts are good measurement-wise, then using your plumb and marking all these locations via plumb on the ground, that should easily be good enough for what you're doing. Yeah, this is, I mean, Nick, that's why I don't understand why you say, like, this is not going to be exactly right. First of all, it's not laser precision, right? Like, wait a minute. I have a, hold on. Hold on a second, dudes. Hold on a second. Frick all of you. Where is it? Where is it? Aha. 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 Oh. Look what EJ found, a laser guide. Yes. I forgot I had this. I used this for when I hung the drywall in the office. Mint. You guys can't see it. Now, does it have batteries? It does. I don't know how this really helps us, but whatever. Great, now he's chasing a laser pointer. Shut up, man. I mean, all that's going to do is give me a straight edge. This might be useful, though. I'll just put that in the thing. What were the measurements? You know what? Let me draw you guys out a diagram. It's time to diagram, chat. It's time to do the damn diagram. Here's what we're going to do. Okay. Please excuse the crudity of this drawing. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it. So, we have 4 points. Those 4 points pretty much measure the leaf springs. Let's just use that. Make sure they're right. So, on the front, it's 43 7/8 inches. Exactly. On the back, we're 43 7/8. Exactly. We're square. Those are square. It's perfect. Hey, William. Lenny! Okay. So that's pretty good, man. I'd prefer these to be square than that one be 44 and that one be 43 7/8. It means the leaf springs are square within 1/8 of an inch tolerance to factory spec. The manual right here calls for 1/4 inch. So if they're square, I'm cool with that. I'm totally okay. That's fine. You can adjust out that last 1/8 of an inch. Cardboard aided design, yep. Now, our diagonal going from the back right to the front left, that one is 71 9/16 of an inch. Now the other one going the other way is 71 5/16 of an inch. So we're square, right? But this number and that number don't line up. But we're square. That's not square, it's parallel. You're parallel. Hey, Evertons. Hello! What's up? I'm just making my diagram look nicer with the differential. How are you? I'm good. Stop yelling at me. Your squareness error is 1/4 of an inch. It's actually not bad, is it? Okay, sorry. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Keep your voice down. The windows are open, man. What's wrong with you? It's okay, but it could be better. Yeah, Hellfish, 15/16 of an inch, 9/16, that's 4/16 different. That's 1/4 of an inch. Dude, this rear end is somehow still straight. How is that even possible? How? It's within tolerance. That's like, am I stupid? Am I not? Like, this car's, it's straight. Don't ask us the answer to that question. I mean, I know the answer, but bear with me here, dude. Are we? It's straight. How? How is that possible? Did I do something wrong or did I do something right? I don't know. Now, there is one thing to take into account. I know that that frame rail is lower off the deck than this frame rail by a little bit. But if you put the level, yeah, put the level there, yeah, everything lines up. That's weird, dude. I'll keep my voice down. Thank you. Thank you. The windows are open. See? You see the sunlight? That's the thing. There's sun and grass out there. There's normies out there. We gotta be quiet, dude. Nick Pa, if you're still here, dude, like what were you on about, dude? Just to make sure I got I wrap my head around this, right? Like, cause we're nerding the frick out here. Like, am I thinking about this correctly, dude, or am I making a mistake? Now's the time. Okay, backseat me, please. This really needs to be right. The frame, everything on the back of this car rests on those damn frame rails and relies on those frame rails being perfect. If you elevate the right end, it'll shorten the distance. Elevating the right-hand side shortened my back right to front left distance. It shortened it. Don't forget these frames weren't straight from the factory. Yeah, I know, they weren't straight from the factory. But dude, this one is. It's pretty much right. Like, apologies, I'm on a call. I can hear my name, but not much else. Nick Pa, you're smart and people say nice things about you. If your highlights are slightly different, soft coat planar. Hey, Hellfish, my gut's telling me, hold on. If I'm right, Evertons, you can scream all you want. Just don't go too crazy, okay? If I'm right, let's check here. So, this, as it sits right now, is 25 1/16 off the deck. This one over here is 24. Oh, does this go down or something? Uh, 15, 14, 13, 24 and 13/16. And this one is just a little bit higher at 25 1/4. Okay, hear me out. I'm thinking if we lift that, everything comes into alignment. If we lift the left-hand side. I'm serious. I think we should lift it and see what it does. This is assuming your floor is level though, right? Datum marks are datum marks, Muppet. We're not really, because we're plumbed to gravity, the floor doesn't have to be like perfectly level because it's points in 3D space. These 3D space are just on a somewhat 2D plane. Those up and downs is assuming the floor is level. Yeah. The floor is pretty level, dude. It's close. This is a brand new concrete slab. It's pretty damn level. Sorry, that's what you meant. My right is your left. Yeah, okay, techno. Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking if we lift this up to 25, at least 25, if we bring that up a little bit, because, yeah, bring it up a little bit, I think this all goes into, it all goes into spec. It's good right now, even from the factory spec. Factory spec, this frame is straight because it's not rocket science. But I have a feeling we could spring for it and get it straight. And then it'll ride better than it was from the factory. Let's try it. And if we know everything is straight and perfect when we go to make our frame rail flanges, everything will be nice and happy. No, that's not going to work because that's on my it's on my tape marks. It's not going to work there, Skippy. Let's try going underneath here. So that's 25 1/4. And that's 25 1/4. How's that level looking? Huh. Huh. Let's check our side to side. Why would I measure these marks now? You need the plumb bob to do that, idiot. I was like, oh yeah, the marks are fine. Well, if we had 4 plumbs, we could get this right exactly, but we don't. I was like, it's going to be the same measurement. Have you hydrated? Yes. I honestly don't understand why he's worried about height. Side to side, front and back is what's the most important. Well, let me see something. It moved it in. Or did it? Hold on. Nope. Nope. My finger was in the wrong spot. It moved it out. It's to the left. Techno had moved it out. It did. Just gotta make sure we're measuring from the right spot. I have the new mark. I pushed the plumb bob through the tape. Dude, 1/4 inch exactly. 1/4 inch exactly. Holy crap, I think it's in alignment. If it's a 1/4 inch off of our original mark, and our original mark was 43 and 7 8ths. Yeah, remeasure. Well, my problem is that there's a jack. It's going to be hard to get that diagonal, dude. Oh, wait, I have the datum point. Dude, for a 3D artist, I sure suck at this. So what that would put us out 44. Hold on. Yeah, it is a 1/4 of an inch. All right. Okay. Let me measure again. You didn't create new points at all 4 corners. Yeah, we would have to do that, wouldn't we? Okay. Yeah, let me do that. This time I'm just going to press the plumb. I'll press the plumb into the tape to get me the mark that I'm looking for. let me do the back one here while we're here. Okay, I got the mark there. Let me get this one. This one didn't move. Yeah, it didn't move. Same spot. All right. Well, let's measure something then. Even if you did, it moved back. You have to have it fixed because every time you lift it again, it can move into a different position. Am I wrong or not? Well, duh, you have the jack out. Damn, I'm stupid. Wow, why am I so dumb? Damn, I'm stupid. Wait, then why did that one move? That means my plumb measurement was off, which means all of our numbers are wrong. What's the height off the floor on the left side? It's, I'm going too fast. I gotta slow down a little bit. We're doing this too fast. Left side is 24. I forgot how to read a tape measure. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about too many things. 24 and 7/8. And this is 25 and a quarter. Actually, it's 25 and an eighth. It's 25 and an eighth now. It was 25 and a quarter before. Yeah, I'm going too quick, dudes. Jack stands, not floor jack. My jack stands aren't tall enough, dudes. That's my problem. Okay, game time decision. With my well, now I want to measure it again. Now I'm not confident that those first plumb marks were right. That's right, Aqualex. Yeah, there's no imprecision with CAD. You could just say, what's the distance between that point, and it'll measure it perfectly for you. If you measure from the inside of the front left spring bracket to the inside of the right rear bracket on the frame, then reverse measure. If both numbers are equal, then you're square. Once again, fellas, my game time decision here is that it's close. Even taking into account potential errors in my using the plumb, this is pretty damn straight. I'm just, what's getting me is that left frame rail is sagging a little bit. We know it's sagging, just a smidge. Close enough for Rule 8 work? Well, no. If it was close enough for Rule 8 work, the best way to do it wouldn't be to do it at all, and the car would sit in the garage for the next 10 years. Too real? Too real. Yeah, no, I think we're good, Pete. I'm just trying to think what would be a better way to measure it. Like, do we have any better way of measuring this damn thing? I don't think so. We need to study on how we're going to study the measurements. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, dudes, it's pretty damn straight. Like, once again, the only thing is that I think one frame rail needs to just go up a little bit. That's all. I got another idea. I want to see something. Bear with me. I have another idea. I want to check something. This is from that thing that you mentioned, Hillness. So, see the level? The level on that bar, it's reading level. That's right. But how do we know that I didn't just level the bar and then welded it to the frame rails? So let me check something, okay? Here's what we're going to do. It's going to be a little bit weird. I have a bar, some metal stock left over, that should be long enough to bridge the gap. Right underneath that, give or take. What I want to do is I want to put that on here. And then I'm going to take the floor jack, and I'm going to use the floor jack to hold this thing in place. This isn't an exercise to try and bend the frame rails or move them back into position or anything like that. What I'm doing here, I just want that held into position. What I'm doing here is putting the level on here and seeing where we're at. I'm just resting it against the frame rails. Interesting. Guys, I'm going to say my floor isn't level. Honestly, I'm thinking the floor is not level. It's not exact. Because look, that thing is not pushing up the frame rails. It's just, the jack's just holding that beam there. Like, see, we still have play on the beam. It's just pushed up to the frame rails. Rested on top. You pushed it up when you jacked it up. All right, Sips. If that's what you want to do. My frame rail flanges are slightly bent. The frame rail flanges are a little bit bent, and that is introducing a little bit of error. Guys, I think we're good. Honestly, I'm not just convincing myself. Look at that. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. It's pretty good. It's pretty close. Like, is that good enough? Like, do you have a long level? I don't know if I have one that's good enough to, long enough to bridge that gap. I have my red level, I think, which is like 36 inches. The frame's not 36 inches. Put the bar on the ground and measure that. Oh, the bar, I welded a little foot to the bottom of this thing, so that's going to throw that measurement off. But I made sure we were resting on the bar when we put it up. So, I mean, obviously this is not going to be perfect, but... Floor's pretty level. But, look. There is still play, just a little bit. There's enough play there to explain the why it's out. Dudes, I'm thinking we're good. Like, I don't need any more evidence. This is well within factory tolerance. We're chasing, there's a reason why they're in factory tolerance, because you don't want to sit here and chase decimal points. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Where's the beep? There's supposed to be a beep. Make the noise. Beep, 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 beep. Found a ride height measurement. They are calling for 26 to 28 from the ground to the wheel lip of the fender well. Oh. Well, that's good, Kelly. All right. We're 31. 31 and 3/4. And we should be down here 26 to 28. Yeah, actually. Yeah. Guys, I think with our square measure, I mean, Kelly, that's going to help for sure. But, yeah, I know it's on jacks. I understand. That means if we're at 31, that means, let's just say mean height at 27, right? So you said 26 to 28, right? 4 inch, we're 4 inches higher than the car should be? That can't be right. There's no way that's right. We're a foot higher off the ground. Easily. All right, well, let's remember that one just in case. But, guys, honestly, I think we're good. I think we are good to get this right. Let's build some frame rail flanges, shall we? Hey, G. Don't go chasing decimals. Stick to the whole numbers that you're used to. Yeah, right? The box is moving on its own. Be quiet, box. Go back in your box. All right, let's roll. It's a fan, guys. The fan is pushing the box. All right. So, we need to rebuild frame rail flanges. I think, and once again, YouTube comment this if you want. I think, or if you're watching the VOD, or you let me know in a future VOD, we are pretty damn level. It's pretty close. This thing is, it's true, front to back, left, right. Our diags are a little bit off, but they're off by that much. We're good. We're off by maybe 5 to 6 mil, which means whoever built this frigging pretty damn good. It's pretty right, dudes. Unsure if I caught your last. We'll blame the Vivitech camera. Yep. Also, that's not good enough across a large area. That bubble level has an area of 1 degree or 2. 1 degree of error at 8 feet is 0.96. Also, that's not good enough. What is that in particular regards to, man? Is that it, like, are you saying stop, or are you saying measure something again, or are we good to go? Well, Shy, I'm going to pin everything with self-tappers, dude. Guys, I'm going to reassemble the entire rear end of this damn car with self-tappers to make sure everything is true. Seriously, we're not burning the trunk pan in. Not for a while. That's the last thing that you do. The best kind of welding is the best welding is the least amount of welding that you have to do. We'll put once we get the frame rail flanges repaired, cross member back on, level the cross member, self-tapper that thing to our remade leaf spring ears, right? Bumper brackets back on, extensions back on, make sure that's all level as well, right? We could probably burn that all back in, trunk pan in, trunk extensions, drill the holes for the trunk, right? Locate it on the damn cross member. Find that settle it in, self-tapper that thing, self-tapper the extensions. And yeah, I would probably do some self-tapping on the, some tech screws on the cross member extensions as well. Because want to make sure. Yeah, we want to be absolutely sure. Before we actually do that, we got to rebuild the leaf spring wheel, or the leaf wheel, the rear wheel houses. I managed to salvage a little bit of it, but we didn't get all of it. So once the trunk pan is back in and the extensions are tech screwed in, right, with the cross member and everything, what we'll probably do is put the rear fascia back on, tech screw that into place, and then cut the quarters out on the sides, but that's a little ways away. I say let's do it. Aqualex, I'm saying you should look for a better level if you want to know 2 points 8 feet apart a level inside your own stated error limit goal, 1 degree of error. I don't have a bigger level, dude. But I mean, we measured it off the damn ground, dude. It's square left to right, dude, front to back. Like, I'm willing to say that any margin of error is probably within the 1/4 inch tolerance that the factory calls for, dude. I've seen what I needed to see. I think we're good to go. Yeah, I can always take the self-tappers out. Bingo. And once again, we don't like, we say we do something wrong, find out we do something wrong later, take the damn thing apart. Take it apart, remake the damn thing. It's not hard. We got a welder. We have a welder and a grinding wheel behind us. We can do anything. Those two could fix the entire frame of this damn car. When space, an hour, probably a little bit more. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, dudes, is we're gonna make templates. We gotta start making templates. We gotta use some CAD. Yep, we gotta use some CAD. So we're gonna start with this frame rail over here. I'm gonna give you guys a 3/4 view. Move this 2x4. Look, 2x4.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
115 from Admana. Yeah, quote Toby Keith, a little less tire, a little more action. Yep. Already stated doubt as to whether your floor is level, just pointing. You don't have the tools as you go as you okay. Yeah, as you are now. I understand. Rebuilding the frame rail flange is not going to screw that up too much. That's not going to. We can rebuild this with that margin of error taking into account until I get better measurement tools or just decide it's fine. Let's do this. Rebuilding this cap piece is not going to screw us up too much. So we need to start taking measurements here. And then we got to start drawing. Who wants to draw? Okay. I'm pretty sure for this first frame rail piece, we're good till, we could probably cut it right here. Let me just measure the thickness. Oh. We might need to go a little bit more. All right. I got to get the wheel out. We got to get the grinding wheel. I got to clean all this off. We got to see how far we need to go back for good metal. Okie dokie. I'm not putting this nice new camera near that, so you guys can stay over here. Let me get my hearing protection, the jacket, the mask, everything, safety glasses, respirator. Gloves on steering wheel. I'm going to try to clean off this frame rail perch as best as I can. Yeah. Shy, yeah, that'd be kind of fun. All right. I don't know what that undercoating is, dudes. And I ain't gonna sit here and find out, so I got a respirator. I don't want to breathe that. Like, you know, there's being tough, and then yeah, we don't need to breathe that.
You were merely adopted into the rust. I was born into it, molded by it. You don't want to become Rust Man? No, not really. Jesse, we have to cook. Where are my welding gloves? Here are my welding gloves. Rise, Lord Vader. Okay, so I just knocked that over. Taking the cutting wheel off. Putting the wire wheel back on. Yeah, baby. Caffeine is not an adequate replacement for sleep. I recently discovered that that overloading on creatine is. I'm so locked in and totally cooking. Creatine. Oh. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's see what good metal we still got. Uh-huh. Ow. That just cut into my leg. That's good. Not a lot, it was just a little bit. All right, here we go. Once again, I ain't about to bleed this. We have to figure out where the good metal is. Hi. How am I going to get in there? Good. Can you see? Cool. I need a light. Need a light. Slamming. Want to turn up the heat? Naturally. Yeah. Ah. I can't get much further in there with the angle grinder, dudes. Okay. I got another solution. Gentlemen, there's a solution here you're not seeing. Heat gun. Where's my chisel? Oh, dang it, Bobby, where's the damn chisel, boy? I'm gonna, what I'll do is I'll scrape off the rest of the rust, or the undercoating that's there. We'll scrape it off. Scrape it off. Just gotta get my chisel to do that. I get a wire brush out too, you know, for fun. There we go. No, no, you don't. Not with the new camera. Ugh. You know what? I don't need the respirator for this part. Well, yes, you probably do. I don't need the jacket for this part. Maybe bubble wrap the camera? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, see, I don't know what's in this undercoating here. I have no idea, and I don't want to know either. I'm just going to respirate till all this is gone. Metal's looking pretty good behind that, dudes. Who knew the undercoating was actually doing its job? Yeah, let me get a wire brush. Okay, That's good enough. I've gone far enough back there for my tastes. That's pretty good, dudes. I'm gonna put my glove back on. I don't want my hand going up into this. Okay, we got good metal basically from here, from basically behind that hole back. Pretty good. We have to go further back, a little bit further back on the other side. The other side has more holes in it. I don't know if you guys could see them through the, yeah, see. That ain't bad though, dudes. All right, hell yeah. Yep, that's good metal right there. That's something we can weld to. We won't need to worry about burning through it. Excellent. All right, so the next thing we gotta do is basically find the end of the frame rail, which we still have a little bit of tabs here and here to get right. So I could take the respirator off now. Hot scraping action.
Do you have a wire wheel bit for the Dremel? I do, actually, yes. Yeah, I do have that. Hang on a second, my dude. Here, look. Let's see. Yep, just a little guy. Him too afraid to get out. He's just a little guy. Look, Mommy, the rhino's getting too close to the car. Yeah, it's pretty good. We can really get into these nice smaller crevasses with the with this though. I just got to remember how to use the chuck on this thing. Am I dumb? Don't answer that. Why isn't it locking? Or am I missing the collet or something? Yep. There's the collet. Kind of need that. The Dremel chuck uses a locking collet. I know I'm going to put the safety glasses back on, dudes. Let me just make sure this all works how I want. Oh, you bet your bottom dollar it does.
I waited a week all yesterday for you to get the Satsuma running, and I cried in a fetal position while sucking your thumb all Wednesday. I don't know if you're complimenting me or not. Will you be covering the test launch tonight? Oh yeah, the test launch for the test rocket. I don't know what that means, Jack. Which test are we talking about? There's so many testing launches, dude. I don't know what that means anymore. Ugh. Test flight 1 at Eris. I don't think they're streaming it, dude. They're not. I don't. To my knowledge, they're not streaming. So it's in an hour and a half. If they stream it, I'm in, dude. Sure. All right. Let's go. See what this thing does. Oh, yeah. A little baby wire wheel. Dude. Nice. Well, that wire wheel's gone. That didn't last very long, but that did help. I'll have to buy more. That didn't last very long. That wire wheel bit is shot, but it was good. Well, it was good while it lasted. Okay, start taking measurements.
Someone who knows nothing about this, why are you cleaning this part? Good question. No, that's a good question, dude. Give me 1 second and I will tell you. So, we got to replace it. Why are we cleaning it if we got to replace it? Well, we got to figure out how much of it we need to replace. That's really important. So part of that is finding what's called good metal. Metal that isn't rusty, right? You need to find the good metal because you need to know how much you need to cut, right? I need to know how far in we need to go with this, right? That's the big one. We need to know how far in is good metal. So let me just get one of my cleaning wipes here and we'll just disinfect the area. I'm cutting off the end, yes. So, what does good metal look like? Well, let me Obviously, this off the back is not good metal. Some of this metal is okay. Some of it. Let me get my light so we can really get up in here and look. Okay, so we got to figure out how much of this we want to section off on both sides. Okay. Now the inside of the frame rail is basically pitted to about here. See this metal back here? That's good metal. Now how can you tell? Well, this metal is kind of bumpy and it obviously has a hole in it. See that? The metal back here though is fine. So that is going to be where our cut point is. But first what we need to do is we got to figure out, okay, so say we section this and we cut it out right now. How long is this piece? I don't know how long it is. We do have an original point here where we can measure where the back, quote unquote, of this rail actually is, give or take, probably within 1/16 of an inch. Okay, so, yep, we got good metal. We're basically going back here. Let's get our measuring. Let's get the measuring stick out. And by measuring stick, I mean measuring tape. And let's see how far we need to go. I'm thinking probably to about there. Now, where is that comparatively, like to the rest of the frame rail? 4 inches, give or take. All right, that's more or less my 4-inch mark. There you go. We're cutting off 4 inches of this thing. So now that we know that, all right, now we know we're cutting 4. Okay, we can mark 4 inches back, make sure that our lines are straight, and we can cut this bit out. Another thing that we could do, just to be absolutely sure that our guide, our plates are fine and everything is right, is we could plug weld. Plug weld a plate temporarily here and here on the inside as guide rails. So when we do section this out, right, we plug weld new plates in here, and that gives us a guide for our rail. Okay, let's get the CAD. Let's get the CAD out. Dinner's done. Sorry, it went really quick. Oh. All right. Well, yeah, keep it warm for me. I'm going to be in a little bit. Tortellini with prosciutto. Oh, why, lady? Oh, SpongeBob, why? Okay, so how would we go about doing this? We should probably take measurements of the frame rail flanges up here. Obviously take a measurement of the frame rail height and then width. And then we got to transfer that onto paper. All right. So I'm going to get my very useful data sheet right here. That's just a piece of cardboard from an Amazon box. And you got to start measuring. The more measurements we got here, the better. So I'm just going to draw scale model, or not scale, just a model of this, and we'll take down some measurements. Okay, so this is all pretty square, it's pretty straight. So let's start up here. We have an inch, 25.5 mil, an inch exactly, of frame rail tab. This side is a little bit less. This is 7/8. The other one on the other side, one inch. Okay, now the bottom here. What are we talking about here? Actually, we could do the inside. Okay, so the inside, actually we can just go center to center. Give or take. 1 3/4. Right, 1 3/4. Yep, that's pretty right. Now the height, what's our frame rail height? Frame rail's 4.5 inches. Now, top there is 3. That's a half. Three and 5/8, totally across. All right, so we're deep 4 inches off the back, right? Then we got all of our measurements. Now we got to make this. We got to make a paper model of this thing, and we have to also include the frame rail going, what's called the frame rail ear going this way. We need to measure how far that goes. So what I'm going to do is get the cross member and line stuff up and try to get a good measurement on how far what's called the frame rail ear goes. So that's the bumper mount, and we know it goes further than that by there. So off the end, we're 2 3/4 of an inch. So that means our tab frame rail ear is 2 3/4. Sick. All right. And then we're going to need to find a spot for the cutout for that, right? And then we need the slotted piece here, but we can do that later. Let's just get some flat metal, or just, well, figure out how long it needs to be and then go from there. So that's that piece. So we got a 4-inch long piece that needs to replace all of this crap. We need to basically get it to the end, and we need to fold this ear. How long is that one? It's 1 inch. Okay. Okay, and now we got to transfer this onto paper so we can make a template to put on the metal, to trace onto the metal. So let me clean off my welding sheet, or welding bench over here. Still has the drill on it. It's not plugged in though. So I'm gonna get my bench out and then I'm gonna move the camera so you guys can see what I'm drawing, and we'll draw out a template. Everybody understands what I'm doing, right? I have a piece of poster board that I'm gonna use. We're gonna mark all of our measurements, and we're basically gonna make an origami piece of paper here. Like, the origami piece of paper is going to show what this piece is going to look like if it's flat on metal, right? So we take all these measurements, we unfold all the measurements with the, you know, the frame rail ears. God damn. Right? We're going to unfold it, transfer it onto metal, and then we can see what we got. We can see how big a piece of metal we need. Gorlami. So cut it all off, box tube, done. That's not what the factory did though. Can't have that. Can't do that way, man. Now, I'm just gonna take this 16 gauge sheet metal and put it down so we have something flat. Actually, that's way more than 16. I got my 16 plate here. I bought this plate specifically for remaking frame rails. And we'll bend it. We'll bend it just like the factory would have. These frame rails would have been a stamping, but that stamping wouldn't have been able to do all the folds and everything just right. It would have stamped it, and then somebody would have bent the frame rail ears out into position. The other thing I need is my poster board. It's real nice. Got it at Ocean State Job Lot. It's on sale. All right. Whoop. I'm going to try to be a little bit more precise here. So I'm going to get a drafting pencil out. Ocean State Job Lot, dude. We're going to need a couple of straight edges. Yeah, Ocean State's like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Awesome? Like, it's a local store that has discount deals. Discount deals on name brand stuff. Ocean State Job Lot, boy. All right. So, I got a T-square. This isn't going to be exactly useful right now, but the ruler definitely will be. So, put the T-square there. So now, what do we got? So we're 4 inches deep. All right, so let's start here. Okay, so that's 4 inches, right? Now, see, this is where this is going to get weird because I need a square edge. What can we use? What can we use? What can we use to get a square? I think I have a framing square over here, but I'm not exactly sure that that's going to work. Basically, I need to make sure we're 90 degrees perfect. The T-square is not going to get me exact because it has depth to it. See what I mean? Oh, that actually reminds me. Yes. I have a drywall square. Yes. Oh. Oh, score. All right, screw that edge. We don't need no stinking edge. So, look, this is teed off the end of the welding table.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Excellent. Except when it moves. Don't move. Now, we can use this ruler, right? And then if we clamp the paper down, or we could just tape it. Let me get my 16 gauge plate out of here. Put that over here. It's like a drafting board, dudes. All right, give me some painter's tape. Fractal, what's up, man? 90-month resub. Thanks, dude. All right. Let me pick up some stuff off the floor. Then I'll give you guys a 3/4 view so you can see. So it doesn't necessarily matter if our paper is perfectly square. I mean, we could make it square if you want. We could make it go in the square hole. There, that's square. We're good. Tape that down to the welding table. Oh man, I'm back in drafting class all over again, dude. This is great. Okay, so now we know none of that's going to move. All right, so let's start measuring. We're going to try and transfer all of our measurements onto the piece of paper. So, was my first line square? It was not. So I'm just going to move a little ways this way. And we're going to make a square line that's 4 inches, right? That will get us one side of this frame rail. Actually, the nice way of doing it would be to do it right here. And just go 4 inches. And then you draw a line right here. That gets us a flat point. So now it's just unfolding this. So we had a 1-inch ear, right? Look, right here. Here's our measurements. We have 1 inch there, and then how far down? Is that 4.5? 4.5 inches down. 1 3/4 over, 4.5 inches up, 7/8 of an inch for the other ear. Okay, that's going to get us what we want. So let's do that. So from here, probably would have been better to do this on an actual mark, like an, smart person. So use the 44-inch mark as our datum. It's got to stay straight, idiot. I said it's got to stay straight, EJ. There we go. Okay, so now from here we measure the top. Right there. And then we draw another line. There we go. All right, cool. Let me just double check and make sure that this is 4 inches. It's not exact. Okay, that top line is the one that's the most important. All right, now from here, we know we got a 1-inch frame rail top. So this piece right here, see that one? That's 1 inch. So we go back over here like this, and we're going to measure 1 inch. 1 inch is right there. So this will end up being our frame rail, the top frame rail flange. Okay, now we need to go 4.5 inches. That 4.5 inches right here will make up the downward part of the, it'll make up the downward part of the rail, this part right there. What gauge is that material? I have 16 gauge steel, which is what that is from the factory, I'm pretty sure. So 4.5, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1/2. Right. So there's got to be a little bit of guy right here. I'm wondering if we should leave a little bit of extra material for the bend. That probably would be a good idea if we leave a 1/16 of an inch, just in case. I can add a little bit to the top there, and we can add a little bit to the bottom here for the bend, you know. That's a 1/16 of an inch right there. Cool. Now we got to do the bottom of the frame rail, which is 1 3/4 inches. Okay, so let's go here. From that spot right there, you go over that 1 3/4 inches, and that gives me this spot right here. Okay, now once again, we'll leave another 1/16 of an inch for the bend, just in case. There we go. So those two thicker lines right there are measuring, those are my bends. If we add a 1/16 up here, right, then we can add one going this way. And that, now we have the bend included up there. That was 1/8 of an inch, idiot. The only reason I'm doing this, this isn't necessarily going to measure cut lines or anything, but this is taking into account to make sure that we have the right length. That's really, really important. Right, so this is the side of the frame rail. Right, this is the bottom. This is the flange. Right? See? And now we got to do the other side over here. So once again, we go in here, take our ruler, and we measure, what is it, 4.5 inches. So 4.5 inches to here, right? Make sure we're pretty damn precise. There we go. I got my mark. Here we go, and give me a 1/16 of an inch to take into account the bend. 1/16 of an inch is an approximation. I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to be given the tools that I have. But yeah, we might end up having to make a couple different prototypes here. No frame should be made from 60 thousandths sheet metal, just saying. I can get thicker stock, at least I should be able to, but that, dude, that looks like 16 gauge to me. I'm pretty sure it is. Now, this is the frame rail side right. I know it's backwards, but if we flip the template around, flip the template over, it's fine. Okay, so now we got to do the ear. The ear over here is 7/8 of an inch. So I'm going to go ahead and measure 7/8 here. Yeah, the ear on this side is that much. There it is. There we go. Okay. Now, that's the replacement piece. That is going to basically cover all of this. There are some things that we could put in, like the nick from that factory there. That makes that right here, the frame rail gets wide. But now we got to figure out where the tabs are. Right? Where these pieces that come off the end that provides a flange for the cross member. This piece right here. Where is that? Where does it live? How does that figure into our template? So, now, you have to account for the thickness of the metal, or am I wrong? That's why I'm putting in extra space in my bends, dude. Because it's about 16 gauge steel. Does the Dodge manual show frame steel specifications? I don't know. Let me look. That's why it disappeared. It wasn't made enough metal from the factory. Yeah, I could just take my caliper to the current steel, but it's a little rusty, daily push. I don't know if it's going to get us exactly what we're looking for. But I'll see if I can find a clean piece and we'll go from there. Okay? So this is a caliper. You can use it to measure thickness of things. So let me undo the brake. Set my dial indicator. Set the dial indicator at 0. Okay, see? We're zeroed. Now, let's go find a nice piece of frame rail. Trying to find a clean-ish piece of this could be a little bit weird. Right there, you got to make sure the underside of this is good. Okay, ready? Hang on. Dial indicator didn't clock correctly. Okay, you guys see it. We're zeroed. Right? Focus. We're zeroed. So let me try it again. It moved. That moved. I gotta set the... give me a second. I'm being stupid. I'm forgetting how to use the damn caliper. There we go. I set the brake. What is that? 16 thousandths, right? Or, you know what I'm trying to say. That definitely is 16 gauge steel. The body panels are made out of lighter depth, but this is a unibody, so a lot of it is using a little bit thicker steel. But that's definitely 16 gauge. Probably should have just said I measured it from the start, but it's okay. So I'm leaving a 1/16 of an inch. That's why I left 1/16 of an inch in my bends to take into account the thickness, right? It might be a little bit more, it might be a little bit less, but that should be good enough. Now we got to figure out where the frame rail ears live. Okay, now we got to figure out where the ears are. So if this is that piece right here, the ear is going to come off this section right here, and it's going to go out 1 inch. So from here, we go up here like this. Give myself some space again for a bend. Right, and then we measure 1 inch right there. And then from there, that tab is same length as the frame rail side, right? So we go 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. There we go. I did measure that at 4 1/2, right? This template's junk. I didn't measure it right. Crap. It's too short. I didn't measure it. I should pay attention more next time. That's junk. These measurements right here and right there are no good. Redrawer. Oh. Am I stupid? Can I not read my own writing? It says 4 1/2, right? It says 4 1/2, but if we go right here with my dang old ruler, It's definitely 4 1/4. So I measured it right. I wrote down the wrong thing, and then I drew the right thing. What did I just do? No. No. It is 4 1/2. Yeah, that's wrong. Sweet. Okay, that's junk. Bye-bye. X that out. Okay, new spot. We start down here. Okay, so Mark II template happening right now. Okay. 4-inch length. So from here, I mark right at 45. And that's our frame rail ear. Okay. Now we measure 1 inch. Measure 1 inch in.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What's that?
Less than 6 months ago, witnesses testifying in the halls of Congress reignited public interest in UFOs with regaling accounts of shadowy government cover-ups and strange craft seen whizzing through the sky.
You hear that? That was the sound of me turning the speaker off. Hear that? That's the sound of me turning the speaker off, dude. Okay, so measure, get 1 inch right here. Okay. Now give me a 1/16 of an inch for the thickness. There's a 1/16. Now from there, we measure 4 1/2 inches, dickhead. Once again, leave 1/16 of an inch, take into account metal thickness. There we go. Okay. Now the bottom is 1 3/4 from here, so one and 3/4. There it is. And then leave a 1/16 like we've done before. There we go. Now we measure 4 1/2 again. I'm just double checking myself, make sure that we're at 4 1/2. We are. Now leave a 16th. Okay. All right, now this last frame rail flange is 7/8 of an inch. So let's go in here like that, get us to 7/8 on the T-square ruler. There we go. Now on the end piece, we don't need a marker or anything. There we go. All right. Nice. That ain't too bad. Not too shabby. So frame, rail. That's the frame rail bottom. Frame rail side right. And this is the flange over there. Okay, now we got to do the ears. So this one is going to have an inch up over here. It's this one that's going to have a wider piece. So let's go over here. Measure 1 inch. Right? And then we go here. Just make sure. Make sure we're dialed, and then that ear is probably going to be about the same. It should be 4.5. So 1, 2, 3, 4.5. There it is. Oh boy. And then we can make the ear, actually it's going to be a little bit shorter than that because of the bends. So that ear, we get a 1/16 of an inch taking into account the bend. There it is. Frame rail, ear, inner. Now, this one over here, this is going to be the one that's weird because the ear on the other side is 2 3/4, measured 2 3/4 out. So let's go here, right? Moving a little bit in by 1/16 of an inch to take into account this bend in 3-dimensional space, 2 3/4 right there. Okay, now this piece, just like before, right, is going to be 4.5, give or take. Actually, it's probably going to be closer to 4 1/4, or no. Well, we took 2/16 over there, so that's 1/8, and then we took 1/8 off the other side, so that equals 1/4. So yeah, we should be 4 1/4 from here. So if we take this, and we measure 4 1/4, which is right there. Right, we take this line. Right, take that line and move that way. Now that line goes there, and there's our ear. And that is how you do cardboard aided design. There we go. This dude got a whole Adrian Newey table. Yep. Yep. Help us and turn donos off. Yeah. Just think, they used to design cars, the whole car like this. Everything. Stamping, tooling, and dyeing was done on a drafting board. Just like this. I took drafting classes when I was a lot younger. That's how I know how to do this, guys. It's really not that hard. It gets tough when you start making stuff that's not perfect squares, right? Now, here's the thing. We really want to get fun with this, right? How far out here? Let's go over here for a second. Go back to our frame rail. Let's get the cross member, right? The new one, right? Because the old one doesn't exist anymore. Let's put this here. Call it a mock-up. How far are we from the edge? Give me my ruler. From the edge of the rail, I mean, this, we can do an approximation. 5/8. 5/8 from the rail, dudes. I would zoom in, but you guys can see it. It's 5/8 from the edge of that. Okay? So now we can go back over here, and if you can understand the 3D space a little bit, I actually got to measure where that is top to bottom. So we're 1 1/8 off the so I could basically figure out where that hole is, but I might want to wait until we make this piece, at least in paper, and then put it up against a cross member. I don't think we need to do any more straight lines. I think we're good. Cool thing is that if we wanted to make this for the other side, you know, once we cut this out, you just flip it over. Then you have the other side. The other side gets made instantly. You can mirror it. Just flip the thing over. All right, how do we cut the straight edges here? A razor blade, I think, is what we're going to need. I don't have a paper cutter. I mean, I have scissors, but yeah, cutting this with a razor off the square is probably a good idea. All right. Where's the knife? Knife. Oh, I got the Leatherman, that's right. The Leatherman has a razor on it. Shoot, it moved. Crap. Yeah, I actually need that T-square ruler back so we can cut the rest of this. I put it away. All right, Article. See you, buddy. Okay. Sorry, I'm not providing much commentary. Just give me a moment. All right. Let's see what happens here. It didn't get all of it. Skeezers. Chat, where'd you put my scissors? Why are my scissors on the electrical table? Dang it. So what I'll do, because we can't get at all of it, is I'll cut a little ways outside. Of the actual template. And then, there we go, and we should be able to just punch out a lot of this stuff, because if anything, I perforated it with the knife. Clean up that edge with the scissors. Okay. We're going to have to do this with metal, though, in a little bit. Almost there. Almost there. Oh, here comes the template. Oh, it's going to be a lot. There you go, dudes. Oh, wait, I forgot the end. First template. Yes! We did it. It only took 1 or 2 tries. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Wow. Wow. Hi, everyone. I'm Elon Man. No problem. Driving my template. I love you. Wow. Wow. Now my neighbors think I'm absolutely crazy, no doubt. Hold on, Lenny. I believe in you. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, so we have to crease some of these things. So let's get our T-square out again. And let's just be very, very careful about folding this. So how does this go? Yeah, this is a fold out. How should we do this? Oh, I got an idea. Shut up, chat. I got an idea. Just give it a little perforation with the knife. I don't know. Whatever. You know, a smarter person than me would have drawn this on both sides. Okay. There's our piece. Let's see if it fits. Hey, all right. Not bad. We got a little bit of play on the bottom there, but that's it. There it is. That's what it's supposed to look like. If you use the plate for bending, you get the right size ratio curve. Yeah. It's pretty good, Rarest. It came out okay. It's going to give us a little play down the bottom because I can't push it all the way up to the top. But if we like kind of line it up here, yeah, it's not getting our folds just right, and we have way more play on the outside than we do on the end. I think I may have left too much space. Now, do you have a metal brake? I have a vise. Yeah, our tolerances are a little bit off. But this is, for the most part, what we're looking for. Now get out the Crayolas and put some rust on that cardboard. Well, Raiden, it's supposed to go basically exactly where the frame rails are supposed to go. So because of that, it's not gonna sleeve it correctly, right? But if you put it, if I kind of line it up at the ends, look. See, if we line it up at the end like that, everything lines up. I think my bottom, I can't tell if it's the rust that's making the bottom look a little too wide or if I didn't get my folds correct. I don't think I got the folds exactly right. Let me see if I can crease one of these folds again. There we go. That one's right. Cool. There we go. I just creased the folds a little bit. They weren't exactly straight, but if we pin this right here, it looks like I didn't take into account the metal thickness at the bottom. That's okay. Like, yeah, when I actually took my measurements, I didn't take into account the thickness. I added the thickness after, so it's not exactly right, but like we're a little, I don't know. I think that, that could be all right. I think it's close enough to start messing with. I'm also thinking maybe take a picture of this thing. Your bottom is too wide. Oh yeah? Please tell me more. I think all said and done, we butt weld this thing up. We're gonna be good. That's gonna be like that. And yeah, 1/16 of an inch is right. That's the correct amount. And that's what it's going to need to look like. That should show you just how much frame rail we're missing over here. Anytime you see paper that's not on the inside there, that's, yeah, we're missing a bunch. Cool. All right, we can make it out of metal and we can always grind it. All right, what time is it? It's 5:20. Sweet, dudes. All right, we made our first template. And then, once again, if we took this template and we folded it backwards, we have the same piece over there, which is pretty sick. That's pretty cool, man. And then the other thing that I could do is just trace this onto the board and we can make more. So this took some time to make it, but we got it. We might need to prototype a couple of times, but that's okay. One thing that I can be very sure of is that I might need more metal. This piece will fit on my 16 gauge. Look. So what we can do now is trace this onto the 16 gauge and then cut it. I can cut it with the cutting wheel. Good part is that we can use one of the edges on the bottom as a nice, nice solid piece. Yeah, cool. I'm just going to need to figure out a way to cut this completely square. What do you think, dudes? I mean, I can get at it with the cutting wheel. It's not going to matter too much. Did you factor in a bending allowance? Yes. Yes, we did, actually. Yeah, dude, we actually did. So that's going to get me that flange. Now, what the heck are we going to do over here is the real question. Just buy a CNC machine. I don't think a CNC machine is going to do what I want. But, you know. Good, you were busy with work. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I took into account the bending, the thickness of the steel. So we have 16 gauge steel, so each one of my bends is 16 gauge. So about a 1/16 of an inch. It's funny how that all lines up. But yeah, dude. We have one, here we go. There it is. Just got to make this out of metal. How we bend that? I'm trying to think. What would be the right way to do this? I think if we put this in the vise, I think the hammer and dolly, we bend the ears first, right? And then we bend that over. Oh, shoot. No, that's not going to work. The right way to do it would be to bend that, put that in the vise, bend that. I wonder if Harbor Freight has small metal brakes. It doesn't have to be perfect, it just needs to hold the next part and not be in the way of anything else. Yeah, Roy, they do. Yeah, a metal brake. Yeah, I need a small one, like a 12-inch metal brake. That's what I'd need. I need a small one. I could do this with the vise. We could do it with the vise if it was just the frame rail, but the tabs make it really difficult. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need a metal brake. Okay, the next steps here would be to transfer this onto I didn't leave a tolerance for the bend on the tabs. I don't think that's going to be that big of an issue. As long as we have some plate to weld that cross member to, we should be fine. So we need, this is going to be a 1/16 of an inch shorter, and that'll be a 1/16 of an inch shorter. That's not a big deal. No one's gonna know. How would they know? No one's gonna know. It's freaking origami, dude. Now, okay, so here's my homework. Tomorrow morning, what's today? Thursday? The only one I see on the Harbor Freight page is 36 inch at $299. 180 for a 12 inch. 180? Oh, that goes into the press brake. I have a press brake. Sweet. That actually helps a lot. I have a press. It's over there. I have a bottle jack press that I use for pressing bearings in and out. Please don't try to remake that frame shape.
Go and throttle up.
Honk for Hank, measure once, cut twice. That's right. Box tube and angle, but that's I don't really understand why. Why is that not a, I don't, why do you guys always wait till I'm finished with something to say don't do it that way? I don't understand. Why has this always become a thing? It'll be way stronger and easier to make. I really don't think that it will. They made it that way because it was cheap. I told you before. I'm gonna give this a shot. We'll see. I'll be the judge here. If what we could do on top of that article is we could put box steel in here and weld the box steel to the pre-existing frame on the inside of the rails. Could do that. I wouldn't mind doing that. That'll make that thing really strong. Basically use this as a sleeve. I'm cool with that. All modern frames are box tube. Yeah, this is too when it has a trunk pan on top of it, man. Okay. Cool. All right. The other side is actually not, or the leaf spring side doesn't seem to be that big of a deal, dudes. This side right here, and we got to go because we got to get space news. This side just seems to be a plate that goes here. We just got to, I got to cut some metal out here, and then we just have to make sure that that slotted piece is in the right spot, just like over here. Dinner's waiting, boy. Yeah, you're right, Yeah, we just need a plate. Just a plate right there, that'll do it. And then that side is repaired. Cool. All right. Sweet. Oh, I want to keep going, dude. That's a huge W. I want to keep going, but we need the space news, man. People need their space news. I'm going to make my template. We'll make that out of metal. And if we want to reinforce it with angle, we'll reinforce it with angle. We can do that. It's no problem. Don't repeat the sins of the past. I don't really understand. I mean, article, you're right, absolutely, but 4 inches, 4 inches of the frame at the very back of the frame rail is not going to make any structural difference at all. It's not, dude. I'm sorry. It's not going to. That's not going to do anything. Now, if we box the whole thing, sure. But we're not, because that is way beyond my technical expertise. Squidward tortellini. All right. We can talk about this more later. Unofficial. The fairings were triggered on the launch pad before fueling began on the Aussie rocket. Ooh. This is a tank compared to anything else on the road. Article, you're probably right. I'm going to go back to factory spec. If we need to build, if we need to beef it up, we'll beef it up, dude. It's all good. I'm just let me have this W, man. Let me have this W. Look at it. It's like a paper airplane. Look, woohoo. No, it's good, man. Once again, I think I need to crease these folds a little bit differently, but you know, I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna celebrate this W. Pretty good, man. Shut that camera off. Put the lens cap on. The real fun is going to be when we have to cut that frickin' frame rail piece out. That's going to suck. There's also a captive nut in the rail as well that has to be perfect. That has to be completely aligned. If it's not, gonna have a bad time. And then the outer piece right here, that shouldn't be too hard to repair. And it'll actually be okay. The other side's struggling. The other side is struggling a lot. But if we make this same cap piece on that side, just make the same piece. At the very least, same thing. Put a new back piece on it. There's another flange over there that needs to be shored up. And then there's the patch at the very front of the frame rail up there. Yeah, next week, guys. Next week we're gonna belt this out. So tomorrow I'm gonna go gaming. We're gonna play Workers tomorrow before the Flame Trench. I blanked. Dang it. I'm thinking about the car too much. So tomorrow we're going to play Workers, so I'll score this new... we'll need the metal brake. It's very clear. I'll get the brake, and I'll move my press over there where you guys can see it. Fairing Pop was not on our bingo card. Consider making a patch plate for the joint. Might make it easier to align the new piece. Patch plate? Got you covered, man. Old bumper brackets. We can use this we can use it to align. This is still good-ish. Yeah, we can use that to align, man. No problem. Go eat your food. Yep, workers in Flame Trench. Yep. So the next auto stream will probably be Tuesday or something. I'm going to get the metal brake. It's very clear we're probably going to need more 16 gauge. Yeah, I need more 16 gauge and I need the metal brake. Sweet. So I got to spend a little bit more money. I've spent a lot of money and the last week, but it's okay. I'm glad you guys are into this project, dude. It makes me happy. This thing's going to be sick when it's finished. Trust me. Seeing this the whole rear end, nice and square, it's going to be really good. Okay. I will see you guys. I'll be back real quick. I'm just going to wash my hands. I didn't get dirty enough to take a shower. So I'm just going to go down and grab a quick bite. And we will start Space News in about 15. Every time I join the car stream, there's less and less car. No. I added some metal over there. No. And we made a template. We made a template to add more metal. Look, see, isn't that nice? It's a box. This project is awesome. Thanks, Multiplanetary. Thanks, dude. Cool. All right, dudes. Stand by for loss of signal from the garage as expected. I will be back momentarily. About 15 minutes, okay?